Why is the game once again not showing up on stream? You know what? I'm just gonna do display capture again. So yeah, I guess I was right earlier with, that picture not being there before. Because now there's two more pictures. So there's a picture of me and Rin. So there's, like, the note and stuff that we got. There's the picture of, like, Emmy during the race. Which is weird that we got pictures of Emmy. Even though we didn't do an Emmy chapter, we did Rin's chapter. So that was us joining the art room. Me staring at my own reflection. Rin. God, it's such a cute game, honestly. This game is, like, incredibly cute. So another reason I kind of want to keep playing is I'm pretty sure we're getting to the end. So this looks like the last act, and then we're all done with Ren. So yeah, I definitely I want to keep going. I'll probably end up just putting the earlier stream from today together with the second one. So, like, for people that are watching on YouTube, I played this game a little bit more earlier today, but I took a break just because I was having a hard time speaking. I was just, like, really hyper. I was messing up a lot of my words. And so I kind of just, like, I took a little bit of a break, and now I'm coming back to play again. So there'll be a cut in the stream, obviously, and there'll be, like, the beginning intro and stuff like that again. But do know that this is all just, like, in the span of one day. Alright, things you can't give up. The next Monday is marked by a strange emptiness that grips me, caused by the knowledge that I won't be able to see Rin whenever I want to anymore. This hollow feeling's a little bit disconcerting, but I make it to the afternoon all the same. My last class, in a word, terrible. It's not that the lesson is bad. It is, however, boring, and it's so hot in the classroom that I feel like I'm melting. The air conditioning is either broken or turned off, so the windows are open. It makes no difference, since the air outside is completely still, only the chirping of the cicadas carrying inside. The sweltering heat permeates the room. Students and teachers alike are in an almost delirious state. I just want to stand up and walk out of here without caring what the teacher or anyone else says. I can see I'm not the only one with those thoughts, too. Next to me, Misha is shamelessly holding her skirt up a bit and fanning the air in her notebook. Only Shizune seems to be cool as always, sitting with her back perfectly straight, arms folded over her chest, her eyes fixed on the equations scrawled on the board. I keep shooting yearning glances at my watch, but it doesn't help the time go by any faster. It's funny. I remember how badly I wanted to get out of the hospital and go back to school. Now all I can think of is the coming summer vacation and freedom from classes and homework. Perhaps it's human nature to think only the situation of hand. Finally, the bell rings. Relieved, my classmates and I burst into the hallways, already crowded by students from our neighboring classes. I spot Emmy's diminutive figure nearby and walk up to her. Hey there. She smiles sweetly, clearly happy to see me. Hisao, what's up? Is your class super hot too? Yeah, it is. I thought I was going to melt in there. Nothing else is really happening though. Feeling a bit weird now that Rin's on her great adventure or whatever you want to call it. Emmy's face cracks into a wider smile and she jumps up and down enthusiastically. Isn't it great? I'm so happy for her. I bet everyone will like her paintings and she'll sell a lot of them and make a pile of money. Yeah, I'm sure it'll work out great. I'm totally soaking at her, though. She huffs angrily and places her hands firmly on her hips, even letting a little anger seep into her voice. It doesn't quite have the impact she's hoping for, but I say nothing. Why's that? She said that she doesn't want me to go see her. Oh yeah, she mentioned that. I guess she prefers to not be distracted. I can understand that. I don't think I'm that much of a distraction. Besides, I'm sure she'll forget about sleeping and eating properly if someone's not there telling her what to do. Sometimes she's like that, gets completely fixated on whatever and drops everything else. It really makes me worried, you know. Is she going to be alright? Such friendship. I wonder if she thinks I'm annoying. I'm pretty sure that's not the case at all. Emmy shakes her head, looking amused. I'm not sure if she's joking or not. She has these weird ideas about a lot of stuff. Things that just make no sense in a totally different way than they do for you and me. I can't even remember all the weird stuff she's talked about over all this time. I don't think Rin does either, really. She's the type who would forget her own head if it wasn't attached to her shoulders. That's why I just can't leave her alone. Is that weird? She leans against the wall, managing to look distraught, yet still cheerful as always. I get the strange feeling about it, as though I were talking to two people at the exact same time. How would I know? Everyone's weird in some sort of way, but if that's yours, it's a very nice way. At least I can understand what you're talking about, unlike Ren. Most of the time, I have no idea what's going on inside that head of hers either. Emmy giggles, nodding in agreement. I think it's okay even if you don't understand her. That's just how she usually is. Emmy stands up straighter, brushing the hem of her skirt and straightening the waistline. She laughs awkwardly. Ahaha, wow, we ended up talking pretty seriously. What's up with you, Hisao? Why'd you bring this up? Oh, sorry, I didn't really mean to get into this sort of discussion either. I don't know. I've had this weird feeling lately about Rin. I don't know why. I feel a bit guilty bringing up something like this for no reason except my own anxiety. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. Suddenly, Emmy clutches my wrist and twists it so she can see what time it is from my watch. Oh damn, this late already? I should really go. There's a meeting with the rest of the track team at the field. It's not going to be the fun in this heat. We're gonna sweat like pigs, but I promised I'd be there. Bye-bye. She skips downstairs, leaving me wondering if what I said, or what Rin said, rather, hurt her or not. Maybe what Emmy herself said hurt her the most. Come to that. So in the end, even the person closest to Rin is just as far apart from her as anyone else. I wonder if Rin herself ever feels distant. I felt like I was drifting away from the world too during my hospitalization. I felt anxious and depressed, and even now, I sometimes still do. But I fight against it with all I got. If Rin has been on my side, or been on that side of the divide her whole life, I can't imagine how she could not be lonely. But perhaps she's truly different. I refuse to belong to that other place, but maybe she's found comfort there. Like Emmy, I have a club meeting of my own, so I head straight to the art club room at the end of the hallway. Only a few members are present today, so the move's even more laid back than usual. Rin is off working on our expedition project, but I wonder if the rest of us are simply just playing hooky, defeated by the heat. I half-assedly sketch something with a piece of graphite, but do a poor job of it. My fingertips are turning pitch black from holding the graphite and smudging it on the paper accidentally on purpose. I've improved a little, but Rin's level is still far beyond my reach. Eventually Nomaya comes in and makes his way around the room, checking on what we're doing and giving comments on the works in progress. He stops behind me and bends closer to look at my poor sketch. Tried to take a few pointers from Tezuka, have you? Well, I've looked at how she draws, but I haven't exactly asked for advice, no. Let's see here. He casually picks up the piece of graphite from my hand and lightly draws some faint, barely visible lines over my sketch to illustrate places that need improvement. I already feel flustered about not seeing the obvious flaws before, but with a couple of careless-seeming flicks of the wrist, Nomaya has made them plain as day. Straightening up, he throws a sideways glance at the seat where Rin usually sits. Such a nostalgic feeling, almost like a bird flying from the nest. I'll miss Tezuka when she graduates. It begins from here, you know. Nearly makes my eyes a little misty. Do you really think she has a chance to make her big break with the expedition? Nomaya turns looks up from my sketch, adjusting his glasses. He rubs his chin, looking yeah. Nomaya turns looks. So yeah, some of these, I do know that like I do fumble a lot and like I do have a speech problem. I've always had like a speech problem, which is why I hated like public reading, which is kind of ironic since I'm doing a public reading kind of like stream now. But I do think some of these sentences are just worded really funny. Nomaya turns looks up from my sketch. I feel like that's supposed to say Nomaya turns to look up from my sketch. Yeah, I do, like, this game does have a couple of grammar errors that at least I've noticed. Or maybe this really is the correct form of, like, how to write this sentence, I really don't know. But I've noticed it a couple of times. So yeah, I guess maybe I'm just trying to make excuses for my own bad reading habits. Why not? It's not like she's going to be an overnight smash hit or anything, but getting the word out there is the important part. Connections are pure gold. Maybe the most important thing to gain is if she is to become an artist, word of mouth is very powerful in these circles. She has some advantages, like her young age and technique. You know, the feat. People will be naturally curious about extraordinary things like that. His words have an unpleasant ring to them. Isn't that just exploiting her disability to make her more popular? It sounds fishy. Ah, now, it's not like that at all. Think of it from another perspective, like an artist. Would you rather have Tezuka hide herself completely from public view, as if her condition were something shameful? Some people will call it exploitation if we promote that aspect, or discrimination if we hide it. Yeah, she'll do that sometimes. She'll be okay. I'll consider we're just being honest about it. There's nothing with that, right, my boy? I guess so. Brilliant. It's true that disability always has all sorts of implications in society, often nasty ones, but brushing things under the carpet won't help them at all. I'm sure Sai will handle her side of the issue with delicacy. I've known her since art school and she's the most reliable. Why is she going so far for Rin's sake? Because it's just you who asked? Oh, she has her own reasons too. Trust this old man. She's more kind-hearted than she looks. Ah, but don't let her know I said that. He gives a big wink and covers his mouth with his hands, as if to push the remark back in. I remember the curious way Miss Sayanji looked at Rin almost the entire time during our visit to the gallery. It was like that woman was trying to imprint everything about her into her memory. Or maybe it was that Rin reminded her of something else. Mostly, Sai simply adores young people with a passion for art. Her gallery specializes in this very thing, bringing up-and-coming talent into the public. It's a perfect fit for someone like Tezuka. I don't even know if she really wants to become a career artist, though, but I guess that'd be the logical next step. I don't have the faintest idea. Like they say, a teacher can only show the door. It's the students who has to walk through it. An old, tired saying, but it's still quite true. He leaves the chat with a pair of second-year girls working on some watercolors. Even though he said that cliched thing, it feels to me like Nomaya is trying to prod Rin through a certain door in particular, but I can't blame him for that. I literally shoved Rin towards that door with my speeches about wasting opportunities and whatnot. Nomaya feels like it's time for him to let Rin test her own wings. He has absolute confidence in this endeavor. I wonder why I can't shed the anxious feeling I'm having inside me. It shouldn't have anything to do with me. Maybe I'm just bothered by exactly that. I really don't have any part in this. I would like to be a part of Rin's life, and her a part of mine. Like my friends should be. That's what she called us. I wonder what she really meant. I feel like I'm so far apart from her, even when I'm not. It's the same as Rin is with Emmy, and I can't understand her. What am I for her? I want to support her. I want to understand her. I feel like these are both kind of like the same thing, if I'm being honest, because you need to understand someone in order to support them. But at the same time, like, it really does seem like Rin doesn't want to do the art thing. I want to support her. I want to be there for her if she needs support from a friend. It's the least I can do. How could I call someone my friend if I can't be there for her if she needs me? Nomiya's boisterous laugh fills the quiet afternoon just as the club meeting ends. He pats one of the girls on the back encouragingly. I think about all the things that have led to this point. All the things I've shared with Rin during the few weeks I've been at Yamaku so far. I understand so very little, in the end, but I'm sure of one thing. If I want to keep going, what I have with Rin, I have to throw myself into whatever will come out of this expedition project along with her. I turn my gaze back to the black mess of sketches and the near invisible guiding lines the teacher drew over. No pattern emerges, nothing that can make me further than I am. I put the graphite down on the table and think hard and honestly about what I really want. The next day, I take the bus into the city. It goes twice an hour starting in the morning, passing by the front gates of Yamaku at 20 minutes past and 10 to the hour. The ride takes considerably longer than the one Nomiya gave us in his car. I slowly read a book as the bus makes its round through the suburbs, passing at almost every stop to pick someone up or let them out. Eventually, we make it to the last stop at the city center. The city is fair-sized, but not too large, and seems too quiet. Nevertheless, I enjoy the atmosphere. Despite being slightly directionally challenged, I find my way from the bus station to the gallery without too much effort, and soon I find myself staring at the big letters saying 22nd Corner. Inside, the gallery owner is intently studying a large painting hanging on a wall, a portrait of an old man. Good afternoon. She turns around to look at me, and a smile of recognition spreads on her lips. Oh, aren't you the young man from the other day? Shinichi's student. Hasao, was it? That's right. Good afternoon, Miss, Saionji. Please, just sigh. I don't want to feel any older than I am. You know, I'm so glad that even young people show interest in art nowadays. It's refreshing. What brings you here? Surely you aren't just on a courtesy visit, all the way from your school. I actually came for Rin. I was hoping to see how she was doing. Oh, is that right? Well then, you need to step back outside. You see, the hall teller is actually at the next door on the right, down the street, and up the stairs. Just climb the stairs to the top floor. There's only one door there, you can't miss it. I gave Sai my thanks, exit the gallery, and locate the door that she was talking about. It leads to a dark stairwell, which reminds me of the stairs leading to the roof of the school building. What, honey?
Can you help me take off my dress?
Yeah, I can help you.
I get too hot in here.
Getting too hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like there's buttons on the back. Ooh, dang, that was hard to get. Alright, should be easier to take off now. Probably easier if you get your arms out and then pull it down.
Ow!
Yeah, it's a little bit tight.
My grandma always had tie up stuff 3 times.
Because she's crazy.
Grandma's not actually crazy.
The stairs are steep, and even though it's only 5 floors, my breathing gets heavy before I reach the top. An unassuming wooden door waits for me there. It's unlocked, so I knock and enter. The hoteler is really just one big room, with a ceiling lower at one end than the other, just because the roof of the building is gabled. There's a huge skylight in the ceiling that acts as the main source of light for the room, bringing in sunlight that reflects off the white painted walls. I suppose it's a good use of natural light for art. There isn't much in the way of interior decoration. No surprise, since the room seems to have been used as storage for a while. All kinds of boxes and office furniture are scattered around the place. The room is dusty since it's not been used in a while. I can see that someone has made some effort to clean up a little, but it's far from immaculate. Rin stands in the middle of the room with her back to me, staring at a half-painted canvas placed on an easel. Not working on it, just staring, unmoving. She wears what must be second or third hand denim overalls with standard school uniform shirt, much like the one I'm wearing. They look pretty worn and are covered in paint spatters. From the way they seem to be loose or tight in places, I'm guessing they weren't originally Rin's. Hi. Hello. Rin doesn't judge my showing up as worthy of turning around, saying maybe something more than just a mechanical reply to my greeting, smiling or anything. She keeps on doing whatever it is she's doing. Probably some weird creative thing inside of her head. Perhaps I should expect it as much. Still, I make another attempt at conversation. This is a pretty cool place. Big, too. It is. So I said I can use this as much as I like. I even have my own key. How's that going to work? She doesn't answer for a while. I begin to wonder if she's already forgotten the question. As a cloud drifts over the building, shadowing the light pouring in from the skylight, the change in Rin's surroundings seem to wake her up. I don't know. It's like a huge ball. I don't really know which side is the right one. It's really huge. It's the highest thing ever, or hugest thing ever. Like a mountain growing inside of me. Like I swallowed a mountain whole. It's gonna be hard, I think. Really very hard. I try to listen for undercurrents of stress or uncertainty in her voice, but I don't pick up anything like that. Why are you here? Her tone is not as unkind as the directness of the question would make it seem. Well, you said that you'd be fine if I came by to visit, so here I am. I guess it's not for any real reason, but I thought you might like some company or assistance or maybe some... Hisao. Can you be quiet for about 15 minutes? Maybe 10 is enough. 5 definitely is not. You can talk afterwards. Her tone is sharp, nothing like I've ever heard from her before. There is no command, no annoyance, no anger, but her voice pierces me all the same. Alright. With the silence that falls, anxiety creeps back into my heart. I wonder if it was a mistake to come here. Murmurs of traffic filter in from the outside, and I start to feel more and more uncomfortable. All my thoughts keep finding themselves returning to certain things that have been swirling relentlessly in the back of my mind for some time now. I feel like those thoughts will surface out of my tempest sea of my mind, whether I wanted to or not. Desperate to divert my focus, I fixate on Rin's back as my mind races. I don't think I've ever studied anyone's back so intently before. Her neck, hidden by her copper-colored hair, which is, again, in complete disarray. That relaxed yet rigid posture reminded me that Rin's physical appearance often tends to be as awkward as her various trains of thought. Those gaunt, delicate shoulder blades visible through the thin white fabric of her shirt. The contours of her hips curving down to her thin thighs. It pisses me off. Rarely does she ever seem to be looking at me, whether literally or figuratively. I, on the other hand, am always watching her back, both literally and figuratively. Whenever she is painting, whenever something catches her fluttery attention, whenever I don't forcefully make her listen to me, I can't reach through to her. Rin's heart is an uncharted territory, dangerous waters, the blank areas of a map. The edge of the world? If I went too close, I wonder if I would fall off. What do I think of her? Sometimes she's aloof and distant, and it annoys me. Other times her passion for things seems the things worthwhile shines through, and it inspires me. I can't understand her. Still, I like her, and consider her my friend. I suppose part of a friendship is putting up with the oddities of the people you call friends. I have to admit, there is a lot of putting up with Rin. What does she think of me? I have no idea. Last week, I thought she might have liked me romantically, what, with the kiss and all. It forced me to ponder my own feelings, too. This week, I am utterly confused. What would she do if I told her I liked her that way? I wonder if I really do. Damn, I can't make sense of even my own thoughts anymore. It must be contagious. Even if I said a thing like that, would it matter? Nothing affects Rin. Nothing. I'm done. I find her turned around now staring at me. It unnerves me. I try to remember what we, or rather I, were talking about before she requested a timeout. Oh, right. I just came to... I don't know. You still can't finish your sentences? It's not that. Fine. She retreats from the conversation, slipping away from me once again. She doesn't return to painting, but instead keeps looking at me with that empty poker face of hers. I wanted to talk about some stuff. I've thought about a lot of things. What things? Like what happened last week and so on. What happened? I get the feeling she's playing with me. Why, I have no clue. It is not a game she's playing with my head. I'm pretty sure she doesn't deliberately try to screw with people. Maybe it's just my own mind playing tricks on itself. Still, Ren feels like a puzzle in the form of a girl. I feel attracted to it, compelled to solve it, the overly rational part of my brain refusing to let me give up. I can't leave her alone. I never would have believed I could be this obsessive about something. So why do I hesitate so much and keep running in circles around her? I don't have to do that. I already decided what I wanted to say. Rin. Saying her name with an intention like this makes my mouth dry, as if my subconscious is fighting against what I'm trying to say next. I feel like I'm going to lock up at any moment. Rin looks up from her paint-covered toes and starts wiggling them, as there isn't anyone to observe them curiously now. The hard stare of her dark green eyes seems like a portent. I like you. The lack of any reaction is like a slap to the face. So, I'd like to like you as more than a friend. What is more? The slow, hesitant words coming from between her strawberry-covered lips. Strawberry-covered lips are not the ones I was waiting for. Neither are the two possible answers that I've been expecting, actually. I feel myself blushing heavily, as is par for the course in this kind of situation. My heartbeat sounds like a percussion orchestra on drugs. Rin's fox innocent inquiry feels like I'm being grilled over hot coals. You know, like, romantically, and... No. Rin turns around, giving me the cold shoulder as she returns to looking at her painting. She makes a move to pick up her brush, which lies forgotten on the floor, but decides against it at the last moment. I can't talk about that kind of thing now. So, don't talk about that kind of thing, please. We are friends, right? So you can do that. The silence those words leave behind is deafening. I want to say something, but my mouth refuses to move. There's no way I can retain my dignity. Rin finally picks up the brush without giving any explanation for her behavior. Maybe there was something in her voice that gave away some emotion, but I couldn't say what. Her shoulders slump melancholy as her feet work the canvas in front of her. She won't let me see her face, and I know it. Feeling the weight of my heart grow heavier, I stand up to leave, for I can't stay here any longer today. It's like I have opened Pandora's box by stepping over some line that Rin didn't want me to cross, and she had to turn me down. I walk across the squeaky floor to the door leading to the stairwell. Rin's quiet voice stops me in my tracks as I'm about to open the door. Hisao. My hand, still on the brass doorknob, is waiting for me to turn it, or to withdraw. Yeah? Will you come tomorrow? Yeah. Oh no, am I going down the bad ending? Because I think every character has like 3 endings. There's like a good ending, a bad ending, and then a neutral ending. After a night of bad sleep, I go through the day mostly on automatic. I put on my uniform mechanically, do my schoolwork mechanically, eat my lunch mechanically, reply to the teacher mechanically, and thus, when the final bell rings, I still feel as if I had just waken up. My mind feels blank and overcrowded at the same time. I can't even begin to unravel the tangle of feelings I've gotten into myself. I spent the bus trip downtown staring out the window, thinking about these things. As a result, by the time I climb up the stairs to the Altair 4th floor above Sai's gallery, I'm feeling completely exhausted. Expecting awkwardness, I quietly knock on the door before entering. I spot Rin at the center of the small clear area in the room, working on a painting. She doesn't acknowledge my arrival in any ways. Hi, I came as promised. Rin snaps her head to my direction immediately. Was she waiting for me to say something? And locks that cold green gaze of hers on me. Although I'm sure my own face can't hide my feelings, Rin's expression is as expectant and neutral as always. The clouded, slightly absent-minded darkness in her eyes is like a wall standing between me and her. It is the first awkward silence between us that is truly awkward. Yesterday, both of us said something we couldn't take back, and there's no way it can be undone. I want to say something, but Rin forbade me from doing so. I can't even begin to guess what she's thinking, but I'm feeling the pressure of her lightless eyes on me, compelling me to break the silence without saying the thing I most want to say. To my horror, I find that I can't find any way to start a conversation. It's as if I've completely lost the ability to speak with her. Just keep working if you're in the middle of something. I'll just sit down here. Rin nods wordlessly at me and picks up the brush from the floor with the toes of her right foot. I sink into a worn-out sofa, picking up a book from my bag and opening it to where I stopped last night. I can't really concentrate on it, but it's better than doing nothing. The two of us are so close to each other, together in the same room even, and yet we're both off doing our own thing as if we were miles apart. I can't help but wonder about this unnatural situation. Why did I come here? Because she asked me to do so yesterday? Of course. However, it looks like there's absolutely no need for me to actually be here. It makes me feel awkward at first, but as I recall about the previous silence I've quietly passed with Rin, I settle down and try to tune into the same comfortable mood as I was back then. Time stretches, then slow down. The pages of my book rustle each time I turn them. Maybe about after a half an hour or 1 hour at most, Rin breaks the silence to my complete surprise. Hisao. Yeah? Are you my friend? It's an echo of yesterday, I know it. So even Rin couldn't just push it aside from her mind. Caught off guard, I answered honestly. I don't... Yeah, of course I am. Don't worry about stuff like that, come on. Okay. She doesn't say anything further. I feel happy somehow. Several chapters later, I mark a spot in my book, close it, and put it away in my bag. Getting up from the sofa, I see that Rin's made considerable progress on her painting. I take a look at it for a bit, still not quite finished, I suppose. It looks great. It's bad luck to comment on an unfinished painting. After that, I quietly leave the studio and catch the bus, taking me back to school. So I'm pretty sure every time that heart shows up, another chapter has gone by. I may or may not have actually just gone down a bad route. Aw, man. Life settles into some sort of vague, undefined norm. I visit Rin whenever I can, but each time is as strange as the first. They consist mainly of me watching Rin at work, or just reading a book on the couch while she works. We barely talk at all. Long, quiet evenings stretch over the last week of June. I sit on the couch in the alteller, listening to the quiet rustle of the Rin's brush and my own heartbeat, trying to make sense of the former and forget about the latter. I am a silent visitor in this place, a ghost. At some point, I start thinking that my presence is meaningful to Rin somehow, but never ended up asking her about it. I don't bring up the forbidden topic anymore either, and try to stop thinking about it altogether. It's hard to do so, and doesn't get any easier with the passage of time. My heart aches every time I look at that awkward figure of the girl I decided I liked, yet who refuses to acknowledge it. I still can't seem to find the right words to talk to her about everything at all. But I find quiet solace in observing her from nearby. The distance between us doesn't feel like huge when I can be close to her like this. Rin works like a demon. There is barely a moment when she's without a brush between her toes, or not walking in circles around a current work in progress, estimating it from every angle and distance. She seems to be completely taken over by her will to work, to change herself into some sort of artist she believes she would be worthy of, the trust of Namaya and Sai placed in her. Piles of sketches, work in progress, tubes of oil paint and brushes slowly begin to crowd the small teller, making it even messier than it was before Rin acquired the right to use it. I offer to help clean up every now and then, but each time she refuses. It dawns on me that, in her mind, the room is not in utter chaos. Rather, her system of keeping track of everything is so elaborate, only Rin herself can make sense of it. She knows exactly where everything is, from the tiniest brush to the half-empty tube of crimson that's the perfect shade for some picture in progress. Rin walks from one painting to another, looking at them as if not remembering that she made them. She talks to herself, or to the paintings. Even when I'm present, always just quietly enough that I can't make out the words. Every day, Rin pours herself onto the canvas for hours on end, squeezing every bit of her ability and even her soul to make good on that promise she made to me, or herself. Black marks appear beneath her eyes, a sure sign that she's skipping sleep in favor of painting. I'm somewhat surprised to see her at school a few times. I never go and say hello, though, as I somehow feel it would break the silent magic of the evenings we share at the Atelier. Sometimes Sai comes by when I'm there. She gives me a certain kind of look when she shows up. I think she doesn't like that I'm always hanging out with Rin up here, but she never says a word about it. She isn't quite as full of praise for Rin's work as Nomaya, but is visibly impressed nonetheless. However, when she turns her eyes from the wonderful works of art to look upon the little red-headed girl that made them, a sudden, deep sadness floats onto the surface of her expression. I can't explain it, and she never talks about it. June turns into July, almost without warning. End-of-term exams look dangerously close, but all I can think of is Rin. I feel like a sleepwalker at school, looking forward only to the next time I get to visit that silent place with Sai's gallery. After Rin refuses my attempt at directly helping with her work, I try to figure out other ways to help her. It finally dawns on me that she isn't eating properly. My course of action decided, I stop at the convenience store before going to catch the bus downtown on my next visit to the studio. I feel very energetic as I open the door to the Atelier and greet Rin. I brought you some fruit. You need vitamins and actual food after all. Do you even eat up here? I do eat. If I didn't eat, I couldn't paint. Then why don't you eat a couple of these? I shake the bag full of ripe oranges in my hand and employ to attempt to rein into taking a break. To my surprise, she actually lays her brush down and walks over to see what I've brought. Her expression doesn't change at all when she looks into the bag. I can't eat oranges, Hasao. It doesn't work very well with my feet. That's alright, I'll do it. Of course I knew that. She told me herself, after all. I extract the tiny fruit knife I had with me and select one of the round fruits. After making the initial cut, I begin to peel it away with my fingers. The strong scent of cut orange rind immediately fills the air as thousands of tiny droplets of oil burst from the skin. I remove the first section of the hard peel and shoot a glance at Rin. So how's the work going? I don't know. It's like I'm in the center of some huge mountain of jelly and I have to dig my way out. Must be stressful. I think it might be. Even though it's just painting. All this, everything feels really strange. I wonder if Rin is the kind of person who likes to carefully remove all the white, fibrous stuff from the orange before eating them. Or the more careless type who just eats them as they come. Maybe neither. I'm the former type, so I meticulously clean the orange slices one by one while Rin watches the process with a mild curiosity. I realize that I don't have the faintest idea about her likes or dislikes, or any of the other little details that make up the concept of a person for those around them. It's like in all this time, I haven't learned much about her at all. Once I finish lamenting that fact, I realize I've cleaned the entire orange and nearly split into pieces. I hold the slice up, bringing it closer to Rin so she can pick it up. Here. She takes it directly between her lips and then into her mouth hole, her lower lip brushing briefly against my fingertip. Rin chews the slice carefully, savoring it as much as possible. I become fixated on the movements of her jaw, the trickle of juice glistening on her lips, the way her throat moves when she swallows the orange slice. After I realize what I'm doing, I turn away, feeling embarrassed about watching her so intently. It's not the same as it usually is. The orange? Painting. Oh, well, is anything like that ever the same? It is sometimes, I think. I don't know what that is, though. I might be starting to paint differently soon, if this goes on. Well, wouldn't that just be the change you keep talking about? She thinks about it, blinking her eyes a few times nervously. For a moment, absolutely nothing happens, as if time itself did a double take. We stare at each other in silence, only that faint, tangy scent of orange floating between us and the muffled sounds of traffic in the background. Then I pick up another slice and hold it to her. She takes it from me with her mouth, just like the first one. I didn't think it would be like this. Well, keep on going and see what happens. It's not like you can do anything else. Yeah, it's the only thing I can do. After that, she says nothing more. In the ensuing silence, I feed Rin the rest of the orange, one slice at a time. Then I peel another for her, which she eats as well. The third I eat myself, and the rest are left in a plastic bag which I put in a small desk next to the couch. She stands up and returns to her painting, with a strange look in her eyes that I haven't seen before. Like most of her expressions, it is completely unreadable. Even if I asked, she wouldn't explain what it means. Yeah, wow, it is going really, really fast now. I'm a little bit nervous if I'm being honest. Some days later, I spot Rin and Sai standing together in front of the gallery as I walk down the street towards the gallery. They seem to be talking to each other while Sai has a smoke. Good afternoon. I say this, though, it's not really afternoon anymore. I came a bit later than usual since I got caught up doing homework. It's going to be dark soon. Hello there, Hisao. Came to visit the little kitten again? Rin makes a face at the nickname. I guess she doesn't like it. Ironically, the way she wrinkles her nose like that really does make her look a little bit like a cat. Hello. She turns back to Rin, or Sai turns back to Rin to continue the conversation they were having. So in other words, everything is going well enough? Rin makes a difficult expression and turns her face away from me, for some reason. It's difficult. It's like I'm missing something, but I will do it. Work hard and it'll be fine. I'm gonna have to start working on my part of the preparations. I need to do a sales catalog, invitations, decorations, advertisements, and so on. I need the names for your work, and we also need to think up the general theme for the expedition. They don't have anything like that. I'm not very good with words, so I don't use them. If I cannot use them, I mean, sometimes I have, but I think this is not a time like that at all. You don't like naming your works? I don't like it. Well, I guess it's hard to come up with a good name for something like this. Rin shakes her head vehemently. It's not like that. It's like if I paint a cloud and call it an octopus, people will think about it differently than if I paint a cloud and call it the end of the world. Every name is wrong. Nothing ever explains what I feel like when I'm making a painting. It's not a word thing. The only thing would be to come up with new words for everything. But would it help at all? No, I don't think so. Then the paintings would just go with unnamed number 1 and so on. It's a bit inconvenient, but that's no good. Unnamed means that you just didn't come up with a good name. And unnamed is a name, like the Greek guy with the sheep and all. Sai thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow as she keeps looking at Rin's serious face. So you're saying your artwork should be completely without labels? I think that's what I'm saying. Sai lets out a dry laugh. The kind old ladies who smoke too much always seem to end up with. Well, let's hope your art will never end up in a museum. The curators will explode. She takes a complimentary puff of her cigarette, which has worn down to not much other than the butt. She then drops it into an ashtray affixed to the wall next to the door. Then again, it could work. What do you mean? This namelessness, this rejection of labels, it works. It's a good ununifying theme, and sometimes people can grasp onto it easily. Allows for a lot of room for interpretation. It gives a good impression. Think about it. All sorts of associations can be made, starting from identity and self-definition, all the way to whatever you want to think about it. We could call your expedition Nameless and build it on that theme. How does that sound? Rin thinks about this for a while. I'm not sure how Sai managed to get so fired up by Rin's reluctance to apply names to her work. It feels like she might be extra spoliating too much, but it's a pretty impressive sounding idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. For what it's worth, I have to say it sounds pretty good to me too. Sai reaches into her pocket for another cigarette, lighting it with a neon green butane lighter. Her forehead wrinkles and she rubs it as she appears to furiously think more on the idea. She doesn't say a word for a little bit, but every now and then she takes a sharp drag from her cigarette. Yes, I think this would work out pretty nicely. I'm going to take this as the starting point and work from there. I'm going in to work on this. You go back upstairs and try to find your missing ingredient. I'm sure it'll come to you sooner or later. Rin doesn't reply, so Sai takes one last long puff of her cigarette and drops it into the tray, to join with the others of its kind. The gallery owner turns to head back inside, but is stopped by Rin just as she reaches for the door handle. Sai? What is a kitten? Or what is it, kitten? Can I have some cigarettes? She looks at Rin incredulously, clearly not having expected such a direct response. Not that I did either. Don't tell your teacher. She stuffs the packet in Rin's pocket along with the neon green lighter. The day is already folding into dusk when we climb up the stairs, leading to what is now basically Rin's altar. As we go inside, Rin doesn't seem to be able to settle down. She keeps pacing around the room like a caged animal, looking through the skylight at the burgundy-colored dusk. The last light of suns advance across the sky reflects from the clouds floating over the town, filling every corner of the altar with a blazing orange light. So, painting is going well? She blinks and relaxes her muscles. I didn't even realize how tensed up she was until now. Not really. I haven't painted in 3 days. I'm going in squares. Circles? If you say so. I tried doing things a bit differently, but it doesn't work. And now the old way doesn't work either. I need something more. It's not enough like this. Rin's response gives me pause. Since as usual, I can't exactly understand what that means. Although really, I shouldn't have expected anything else. She either says nothing at all or too much. Trying to comprehend and follow her train of thought feels like wading through the jungles of Borneo, equipped with a wooden spoon and a map of Hokkaido. It's annoying how her thoughts are both laid out in plain sight and hidden from view every time she opens her mouth. What more? You said that to Sai as well, a missing ingredient? I think I have to destroy myself. Okay, that sounds unnecessarily grim. What do you mean by that? Rin's shoulder slumps and she turns to face me directly. I have to change. I've tried, but this is not enough yet. I have to destroy myself first, I think. Just to be clear, you were speaking metaphorically, right? Like learning to paint from scratch again, or whatever, so to speak? She shrugs her shoulders as if there's no difference. There is no difference. So, are you going to start by smoking a cigarette for inspiration? Maybe. I've never tried this before, have you? Nope, can't say I have. Still, I'm not really sure if having a smoke is the best starting point. She responds to my word with another nonchalant shrug. I don't know why I keep saying slug today. I open the cigarette pack and look inside. It's almost full. Smoking is bad for you, but that's the idea here, I guess. Yes, I need to do something. I want to paint. I need something more. So okay, fine. What's after smoking a cigarette then? How do you intend to destroy yourself? Rin thinks for a split second, averting her gaze like she does when she doesn't want to get distracted. I don't know yet. I'll decide later. Rin bends down to pick up a cigarette from the end and raises her head with one between her lips and turns to me, eyebrows curved into two arcs challenging me to respond. With a sigh of resignation, I pick up the lighter and raise it to meet the cigarette. I can feel Rin's warm breath against my quivering hand. The flame flickers the life on the third strike of the flint, and I try to aim the dancing fire at the end of the cigarette. An amber-colored glow spreads into the wrapping paper and tobacco as Rin inhales the first smoke. It seems to relax her significantly. To my surprise, she doesn't cough, despite telling me that she's a first-timer. Rin seems to remember that it's hard to blow the smoke out without spitting the cigarette out as well. She quickly sits down on the floor, bringing her foot to her lips like a circus contortionist, and expertly picks the filter between her two toes. I get down on the floor as well, as we both lie down almost simultaneously while Rin blows a steady stream of smoke towards the dim light sky beyond the glass of the skylight, looking after it thoughtfully. The thin haze of steely blue smoke slithers towards the ceiling in fish-like movements. It bellows in the stagnant air of the altar, twisting and turning around its own immaterial body until it dissipates into the thin air. What's the word for smoke that looks like that? There is no word for that. We should maybe come up with one. Maybe. Rin takes another quick experimental drag. It's not very tasty. Feels like inhaling the dust lying on top of a forgotten book about the memories of the Dead Kingdom. Do you want to try? My hesitation unintentionally surfaces again, making me freeze in the face of rather trivial and commonplace challenges. Rin's ability to take everything so coolly is something I'm just a bit jealous of. Alright. Taking it from her, I have a drag on it, fighting against a sudden choking feeling in my lungs as they fill with smoke. To my embarrassment, I fail, wheezing and hacking my lungs out. I feel flustered, but maybe I haven't lost too much in the face of Rin's eyes. It's less unpleasant on the second try, but I still pass the cigarette back to Rin. We're like a pair of budding delinquents in middle school, sneaking their first smoke out of sight of their teacher and parents. Well, I suppose it's not like, that's exactly what we are. After a while, the cigarette has shrunk most of the way down to the filter. Rin is still looking quietly at the skylight. With her looking out there, the silence inside the Alteller seems to deepen even more. Are the cogs of creativity turning behind those eyes right now? Do another one. I mechanically pick up another cigarette, light it, and place it on Rin's lips. She takes a few quick puffs and moves it awkwardly around her lips. Thankif. Not understanding her gargled words, I glance over at Rin. It looks like she's having trouble with the cigarette. I pick up the cigarette from her lips and place it in mine, abandoning common sense and good reason while I do so. The first one should have been enough for me, but I take another drag, still coughing a little at the unpleasant sensation of smoke invading my respiratory organs. I remember doing something like this before. So you have smoked? Doesn't look like it, though. Nah, lying on my back and looking at the sky with you. Oh. The sky on the other side of the glass is slowly growing darker. It's unreachably high, even if the shimmering smoke seems to make it closer. I return the cigarette back to Rin's mouth. It feels bad somehow. The space between us, less than an arm's reach, is still there. It's the distance between us, the immeasurably wide chasm of thoughts and feelings that separate us with graver certainty than even light years of physical distance could. By saying the right words, there might be a way to make that chasm narrower, if it's even just a little. I try to cross the gap with one big step, but Rin turned me back. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. Rin is staring upwards through the smoke-filled ceiling and the light at the darkening sky above us. It's almost like she is sleeping, even though I know she isn't. Her eyes are opened, as is her mouth. I take the cigarette from Rin before it falls on her cheek. She doesn't react to my touch anyway. So, this is where we are now. I wonder if we can ever be closer than this. I take a drag of the cigarette and blow a thin stream of smoke upwards. This indirect kisses are the only thing that connect us right now. The taste of Rin's lips on the filter mixed with the ashen taste of the smoke. Her lips soft against my fingers as I press the cigarette to her mouth, as if she was placing kisses on them. The ash slowly falling to the floor between us like snow. As the second cigarette is being finished off, I'm already lighting the third one. The only thing breaking the stillness of the Alteller is the inaudible sound of smoke floating towards the first stars blinking overhead. Light nausea hits me by the fourth or fifth cigarette. Before long, the shape of the waxing moon appears in the skylight, shedding her wan light down on us. It'll be full moon in a few days. It'd be nice to be able to fly. I flinch after realizing it was my own voice that gave birth to that remark, the bastard child of the almost inebriating smoke of tiredness. You can't? You can? Sometimes I feel like it, like I can do anything. I wish I felt that too sometimes. I wonder if she hears the bitterness seeping into my words. The vicious cycle of unrecited feelings is poisoning me, even now. I try to push the grim thoughts aside. My efforts meet with little success as my mind keeps swirling around what-ifs and if-onlys. Watching the moon slowly creeping higher, I realize that a long time has passed since I came here. It sobers me somewhat, but also reminds me of a sad status quo we're now in. It's late. I'd better get back to school. I stand up to leave, but Rin doesn't show any sign of rising from the floor. She lies inanimate, as though all life had been sapped from her. Little wisps of smoke float about her, memories of the cigarette we shared. I grasp her by her short and thin arms and try to pull her up. To my surprise, she complies and stands up with some help from me. I notice how little Rin weighs, as if she were made of feathers. Are you going to stay here overnight? I have to. I haven't painted much in 3 days. I have to find out how I can start painting. Maybe the smoke helps. Just take a break. That's no good. I have to do it. If I can't paint anymore, I will be destroyed for real. Maybe you're just burnt out. You've been working pretty hard. That would be bad. I wonder if this is it for me. I wanted to see how far I can go. Maybe this is it. The end. You just have artist block. That's not a big deal. That's the word for it when you can't paint, right? I've had that before. Never like this, though. I pick up a brush, then I want to put it down right away. And then I do, 3 days. It's like I've forgotten how to paint. I didn't think that was possible, like, more impossible than Emmy growing rings and a tail. You need a break. I mean, I get that you're trying to go deeper inside yourself for your paintings, but it's really not that healthy to stay inside your own head for so long. I glance up at the night sky visible through the window. A couple of stars are weakly twinkling above the city. They remind me of something I used to do, once upon a time. It feels so horribly long ago. Come on, let's go outside. Where? Just for a walk. I'll show you my secret place. I don't know if it works in this town, but we can try. In any case, you need a break, and probably something to eat. Come on. You need to get your thoughts away from this for a while. When they are troubled, most people escape from their unhappy lives into a world of fantasy. I did that before, and still do to this day. Reading a book endlessly, immersing myself in their world rather than my own. Rin's escape should be the other way around, though. Out of her inner world and into the real world. Rin doesn't look happy about this, but I ignore her. At least she's somewhat cooperative, walking after me as we head down the stairs and into the sidewalk. Night has fallen upon the town. It's a gentle summer night, smelling of flowers and hot asphalt. The sunlight is replaced by shining neon colors and the bland yellow streetlights. The air is easy to breathe, as if the air pressure was noticeably lighter than usual. The feeling of daytime in the hot summer has lasted long onto the evening and night. I grab Rin by her sleeve, like I've seen Emmy do, and to my surprise she obediently follows. The pale streetlights fight against the all-enveloping darkness as we walk together. The guide and the guided, although neither knows the destination. But it doesn't matter. This is the one moment where the usual silences that have become a ritual between me and Rin at last fit perfectly. We walk side by side, choosing directions on impulse or inspiration. Sometimes we find ourselves back at a street we've already seen once or twice. Sometimes we find a new street. All of them look asleep. Rin doesn't ask where we're going. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe she knows I don't have an answer. The silence of the night isn't scary. After all, the lights drive away most of it. The air grows colder as the moon progresses along its journey in the cloudless sky. Few cars roam the streets at this hour, and even fewer people are on the sidewalk. The apparent lack of nocturnal life is somehow befitting of this place. There are around-the-clock shops and cafes, sure, but the atmosphere is like the town itself is slumbering, a town that sleeps 8 hours a day. The city I grew up in, bathed in the electrical glow of a million light bulbs, never slept. I have seen it for myself. It's not the first time I've done this. It happened one of the first times I was home alone. Both my parents had business trips that neither could cancel, so they deemed me old enough to survive 2 days on my own. Their misplaced trust in me did not go to waste as I proceeded to spend the entire night out walking around the city. Even afterward, I couldn't say what made me stay downtown longer than attended after school. I didn't feel like going home, so I stayed there through the evening and eventually through the entire night. I walked long, concrete circles around landmarks chosen at random. Or concentric, not concrete, concentric circles. For some reason, the nighttime city felt fascinating, so I walked its streets. At every intersection, it was possible to choose your direction at random because they all lead nowhere. The aimless wandering made me see things differently. I hope it'll do the same for Rin. We stopped to buy some hot coffee and snacks from a vending machine, and then locate a bench where we could sit down and eat. There is no time in the night of town, so we spend an unknown amount of it just sitting there, observing the stillness of the usually vivid town. Still, it's getting very late, and soon it'll be getting very early. So this is it? Hearing Rin's voice surprises me. She doesn't sound bored. Rather, her tone is inquisitive, uncertain as if why I drag her out of here, yet curious to find the answer. Yeah. Have you never been out at night? It's like a different world. The remark sends her thinking for a while, looking around as if she was looking for something. The wisp of light reflecting from the corners of her eyes are suddenly very sharp. It's not a different world. It's the same, just asleep. What do you think this town is dreaming of? Maybe something like car sheep or building sheep? Why are dreams always about sheep? I've never seen a sheep-related dream that I can remember. Do different towns dream of different things? Probably. How could they not? I answer half joking, half spurring her on. For the first time tonight, it seems like a bit of Rin's life has returned to her. She doesn't continue her list of rhetorical questions, though. Instead, she leans back a little and looks up at the moon, traveling above the town. The cool breeze blowing between the buildings seems to steal the conversation away before it really even begins. It's too bad. It looked like Rin would get it out of her blue mood. I wish I could somehow know the right things to say, but I realize I can't do that the way I am now. I'm too far apart from Rin. I haven't really managed to crack her open. She's just too complicated. It's like she's open to everything, equally disinterested in everything from the outset. In truth, she's locked tighter than anyone else I know, even myself. Sometimes she locks herself inside the inner world, shutting everything else out. At other times, her thoughts flow freely from her mind, but not organized in any fashion that would make them intelligible or to the rest of the world. What comes out in the form of paintings I can't interpret. To me, it's just a sea of colors and shapes, not a message. She's too far away. I now know it was a bad idea to try to reach her for her in a way I did, but I can't help liking her. I look at the fingers on my right hand, trying to remember what Ren's lips felt like against them. Do you ever feel like you're trying to reach out for something that's impossible to reach? Rin turns her gaze to me, tilting her head quizzically. I wonder if she understands the meaning of my own rhetorical question or not. Either way, I like how I can manage to catch her attention just by speaking aloud nowadays. All the time. At least I think so. That's what painting feels like a lot of the time. Or all the time. I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling that I can't really paint what I want. Sometimes it feels like there's just another shadow of me. Like a mirror that doesn't work right. Like talking? Maybe. When I was little, I didn't really have friends. Maybe it's the same now. The only things I liked were pens and paints. They were the only things that had understood me. Now it feels like that is going away too. Change really is a scary thing. I wish I could understand you. She looks at me melancholy, roused by my thoughts materializing as words spoken are loud. Me too. Whether she meant she wished for me to understand her to understand me, or her to understand herself, I never ask, nor do I find out. I see her eyes searching for mine, serious and cryptic as they were. I'm not getting any explanation from there. Don't worry about it. I will. Small hints of a smile are wavering on her lips. Her whips. Speaking of lips, I need to wet mine a little bit. When she's like this, it makes me feel that maybe there is hope for us. We get along so well for being so different. It's just that we never really get along precisely because we are so different. Maybe it was Rin's passionate approach to her art expedition, or perhaps my own careless words, but last week was different from usual. The small fraction between us seems to be somewhat volatile, but at least we now seem to be back to normal, relatively speaking. We stand up from the bench and pick up another direction to go in. The wee hours of night slowly pass by as we measure the streets of the town one step at a time. We are finally at ease, not minding the rare, lone passerby, the eerie darkness, each other, ourselves. Rin's steps seem lighter, like the heavy air around her is letting go a little. Makes me feel happy. We don't talk, save for the single remarks that are spoken into the nights of town and never answered. The details jump into the eye instead of being the usual blur they are during the day. As the sky above the town changes from deep, dark blue to gray, I know that our night is soon ending. It's almost morning. Rin looks up too and nods at me. It's true, the coming light of morning is creeping through the sky, climbing higher by the minute. It feels surreal. The sun won't come up for a while, but I get the feeling that the end of the night is really here and now. Should we head back? Rin nods again, twice, her hair waving in the breeze that seems to be heralding the coming dawn. Abruptly she takes off, taking a lead in this walkabout on which I brought her. It seems she is really in a better mood. This too makes me feel happy. Rin's navigational skills are probably not much better than mine, but we eventually find ourselves in front of Sai's place. I don't know if this was any help. I did this once before, but it was more because of a stupid impulse or maybe restlessness. back then. Maybe this was a silly idea and didn't help you at all. Rin? Yeah, it's Rin. This is my first time playing this game. I kind of just did everything, like, off whim. I didn't really look into, like, any details on how to get, like, a path or anything. So Rin is the character that I guess I ended up with. Not that I mind. I think Rin is actually really cool so far. She just nods and answers. So, do you know how you're going to destroy yourself now? I have some ideas. I don't want to see you for a while. Don't come and see me. Do something else. Her ultimatum catches me completely off guard. What the hell? What's that about? You said before you didn't mind. I mind now. It's just for a while. I have to do this alone. I don't like that. Why? I don't want it to go like this. Why? I just don't want to feel this distance between you and me. She tilts her head like a bird, her eyes narrowing a little as she thinks. Then you can touch me. What? You can touch me if you want. You'd feel better, right? I don't know. Try. Where do you want me to touch you? No boobs or left ear. Other than that, you can decide. Fine. I raise my hand... Okay, this just took a weird turn. I raise my hand hesitantly, even though I don't know why I'm actually doing this. Her eyes tell me that she's not going to explain. 1,000 thoughts race through my head as I slowly bring my hand closer to Rin's face and press 3 fingers against her pale cheek. Rin feels soft and cold. She closes her eyes on contact and visibly relaxes. I can feel her soft breathing, her muscles releasing tension as my fingertips caress her cheek. She doesn't rest her head against my palm or anything else you'd expect a girl to do in this sort of situation. In fact, she hasn't reached it at all, save for those now shut eyes. Once I withdraw my hand, she opens them again. Might just be an illusion created by the timid morning sunlight playing with my eyes, but Rin looks like she's holding back a smile. This is the problem with our relationship. Half the time I have no idea what's going on, and the other half I just fail to understand why things are even like this. As usual, I'm not going to get an explanation. Rin merely takes a step towards the door. See you later. She then disappears from my reach for an undefined period of time. You know, low-key, I actually kind of expected him to just kiss her again. Like, for real, instead of just being, like, induced in a cold and flu medicine coma. I hold true to my promise of honoring Rin's request, even if it's against my own will. I try to redirect my focus into my studies, but end up zoning out during classes and doing only the minimum amount of work required. Still, I start looking into the post-high school options a bit more seriously. I pore over university brochures and various career paths. I'm good at studying, so I want to go to a university. I'm pretty sure I could get into a pretty decent one too. The only problem is deciding which subject would be the best. Kenji ridicules me about subjecting myself to the control of feminist teachers when I tell him about trying to get into university. Oh, you know, we haven't seen Kenji in a while. I actually almost forgot about him. I don't ask him about what he wants to do in the future. He's gonna own a podcast. That's gonna be his future. He's gonna own a podcast and speak out against the feminist agenda. I wonder what Rin thinks of her own future. I bet she's not as lost as I am, and if she is, it's probably in some completely different form. A Kenji route? I wish there was a Kenji route. That would be actually kind of funny. I feel somewhat disappointed in finding out that I can't stop thinking about her. Her request makes me worry about her, and think more about her. More than I did when I could see her when I wanted to. It bothers me that I can't. As expected, I eventually cracked. Late one afternoon, I get on the bus heading downtown. I try to avoid explaining to myself exactly why I'm doing this, and keep thinking about other things for the entire duration of the trip. After a 5-minute walk, I'm standing in front of the gallery. I walk past it to the doors. I still have no idea if I'm pronouncing this right. I just keep saying Allteller. You know, maybe I'll actually look up what the fuck this means after. But at the last moment, I lose my courage and continue on all the way to the next corner. At which point, I turn back. Will Rin hate me if I go and see her? I wonder what she's like when she's angry. I've never seen her angry. The worst thing would be if I actually ruined something by going to see her. This is the Steam download. I actually didn't even know there was a site download. Is there a difference between the two? The worst thing would be if I actually ruined something by going to see her. Like, she seemed to imply would happen, but there's no way that can be true. Can there? It's just one of her quirks. I walk back down the street and end up passing the Alteller door for the second time. Only this time, as I continue all the way to the gallery, its owner is standing just outside the door, watching me. I thought that was you. What are you doing? I really don't want to explain the circumstances between Rin and me, so I get flustered and end up mumbling something unclear. The only difference is that explicit scenes are shown with a toggle to disable them entirely. Oh, wow, I didn't even know that, honestly. I didn't see that in any of the options in here. Yeah, I didn't know that at all. I know with like some Steam games, it is possible to like to download like a patch or something to like add the adult content to like back into the games. Because I know Honeypop is or Honeypop, however you say it, is kind of the same way. The like Steam version is kind of like the censored one. Yeah, depictions are TOS because it takes place in a high school setting. Yeah, which is fair. But yeah, no, I actually had no idea. I just like randomly stumbled across this game while I was browsing like my recommended games, and it just popped up on there for some reason. I don't have like a lot of storytelling games like this either, like visual novels and stuff. It just randomly popped up and it just looked interesting. Also, why is my mouth just like that? Model's being goofy again. Oh, you know what it is actually? I think it's because my cat is laying on my keyboard and is holding down the surprise button. Honestly, I'm kind of glad this game did find me. I really like this game. Even though this is just my first like playthrough of it, I've had such a good time with this game. I streamed earlier and like I took a break because I was having trouble reading a lot of stuff. I was just like very hyper, and I was just gonna rest for like the rest of the night, but I just couldn't stop thinking of this game because like I got to the scene where Rin finally like kissed me, and I was like, oh man, I need to keep playing now. I want to keep going. I'm so close to the end that I just want to see how it plays out. She takes stock of me and then sighs deeply, looking wryly amused somehow. I hope she didn't misunderstand. Would you like to come in? Your teacher's visiting. We were discussing Rin's expedition. Ah, thanks for the invitation, but I really should. Don't be shy now. Come on in. I follow Sai inside, finding that our art teacher indeed is there. Nomaya is standing at a big desk, contemplating what looks like an invitation card. Look what the cat dragged in. Naki, hello there, my boy. He doesn't seem to be at all fazed by my appearance. How do you like the invitations? I glance at them quickly. They're kind of fancy, with the ones of Rin's paintings printed on the front in the shiny gold writing. They look fine to me. Oh, you know what? Now that I think about it... main menu. I don't want to quit the game, just the main menu. I did notice that in the gallery, there's like a couple of pictures that are pink. I wonder if those are supposed to be the, where the, like, adult ones are supposed to go. If you know what I'm trying to say. Like, if that one's the, explicit content. I believe so. That made a lot of sense. That makes sense now, because I was like, why are these ones different from the other ones? They're magnificent. I absolutely love the design. Can I see them again? I actually forgot what they even look like. In the embossed gold lettering, fabulous. Good printout work, too. You have to tell me where you get these done. What does Rin think? She hasn't asked. She said she'd be fine with the decision anyways. Nomaya laughs boisterously, still turning the gold-lettered card in his hand. That's my girl. She wants to focus on the essentials only. Good for her. Her work is progressing well, too. It seems she's found new inspiration. I think she's sort of weird lately. It's like she's wrestling with something, with herself, probably, and it makes her confused. She said she had a hard time painting the last time I saw her. It seems to be resolved now, however. You know, she practically lives up there now, right? Saya makes a simple gesture with her hand, as if sweeping my question aside. Sure. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it is. Still, I think she understands how big of an opportunity this is, and is going to go for it, full throttle. Is it really that big? Nomaya sets down the card and brushes some imaginary dust off his jacket. Well, how should I put it? There are times in everyone's lives where something really big washes over you and changes you forever. This could just be that moment for Tezuka. I see. Yeah, I think I've had something like that happen to me too. I'm referring to the incident that brought me the Yamaku. Neither of the two adults comment on that, however. It might well be that everyone has, or will. At any rate, surrendering oneself to art is a big decision. And a thorny path too. Quite thorny indeed. Tezuka has almost everything one needs, but whether she has the will to pull through, that's a different question. I should know that best. I tried going down this path too, but turned away in the end. I don't understand what he's trying to say. Is that why you're being so supportive of Rin? Why did you turn away from being an artist? You know, I don't really care much about why he stopped being an artist. Is that why you're so supportive of Rin? Because you know it's hard? Sai answered me instead of the art teacher. Maybe, partially. Does it bother you? Well, no. I'm not saying it's a bad thing either. I just don't get it. Like the Altair, it's an amazing place, but it's not been used in who knows how long, and now that Rin came along. 17 years and 4 months. I raised my eyes to meet Sai's. A calm, calculating stare, not unlike Rin's own, is fixated upon me. Nomaya's usual smile has suddenly died too. It feels like the air pressure in the gallery has suddenly dropped, along with the temperature. That is how long it's been since someone's worked up there. Oh. I guess there's a story to everything. Sai crosses her arms with a quiet sigh and leans against the table. The Altair belonged to my husband. He was an artist too. He lived up there. Well, we both lived up there for some time after we got married. We actually met through him, as a matter of fact. That's right. Anyway, we were young and foolish, or at least I was. We were studying art at the same school. Art history for me, painting for him. And as he just said, this was about the time I met your teacher. Anyway, I fell madly in love with this person, or maybe with his art. He was brilliant. His genius just shone so brightly whenever he put a brush to the canvas. Her voice takes on an almost, oh my god. The biggest issue with these kind of streams is I show how illiterate I am. Reverberant sort of tone, as she reminisces about her husband. I look at her hands and notice that she's not wearing a wedding band, and on top of that, she keeps speaking of past tense. He was really the kind of artist who would make history books, one with a direct line to God. That's what I thought, anyways. Silly, isn't it? I think we all knew that he was something else back then, even the teachers. That genius, well, I'd say it consumed him. Everything, absolutely everything was second to art. Be it social life, getting a job, or even me. It just wasn't as important. It seems that artists can't look at their work as just a job, you know? It's something more fundamental to them. It's hard to live with that person like that. Hard to be married to a person like that. She takes a pause and looks to see if I understood. I guess the point of the story hasn't emerged yet. That, or I've missed it. My whack-nut theory is she probably knows that I have feelings for Rin, and she understands that it may not work out because of her passion for art and stuff. Alright, I think I'm getting the subtle... Damn, did I really get like a bad ending? I hope I did not get a bad ending with Rin. So, how did you cope with it? My question, probably the exact one, was the exact one she was waiting for. Draws a dry chuckle out of her. However I could. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes I fooled myself into believing he would change. I pursued my own things too, so it was easy just to let him be. It's not like you can stop an artist from painting even if he wants to. Plus, being with an artist is fascinating. I can't say that I hated it. Art schools are full of all sorts of posers and pretentious smucks, but true artists are lovely people in general. I think that's why your teacher has taken such a shine to our little kitten. She really has the making of an artist, and a good one at that. She wants to paint. She must paint. Quite so, she's the best student I've ever had. It's just about her finding her own way now. Maybe that's why I wanted to give her this chance. If she goes to an art school, it'll be good for her. Artistic expression is about finding one's own place to be, your own limits, and then working with that. To expand them, to break them down, whatever works best, but you have to know the limits of what you can do. Anyway, long story short, my husband was a person without those kind of limits, an unique individual, but a human being can't endure a thing like that. He died young. After he was gone, I couldn't stand the Alteller anymore and tried to forget it. That kind of thing happens. You could say that his flame was bright but brief. I mean, they do say the stars that shine the brightest are the ones that die the quickest. Her story comes to an abrupt end, but it doesn't seem like she's going to go any further. Nomaya toys with the invitation cards lying on the table, as if doing something just for the sake of doing it. But what if Rin is like your husband too? What if she's a person who has unlimited potential? Sai's hand twitches and I see once more that sad look welling in her eyes. It's the look she gets when she watches Rin. The look by which she remembers her husband. I doubt it. Sai stands up and digs into the pocket of her jacket for a cigarette and a lighter. Her hands are shaking. I'm gonna go out for a smoke. Wordlessly, Nomaya and I both decide to follow her for a moment. It's already dark outside. Sai is standing with her back to us, taking sharp, occasional drags of her cigarette. Its weak amber glow illuminates her face, framing her sharp jawline. Maybe it's best to call it a night. I can give you a lift back to school if you want, Nikki. You're not going anywhere, Shinichi. God, I had his name right before. Shinichi. I need a drink. We're going to that place at the corner. The teacher looks at the old lady and then shrugs at me apologetically. It's no problem. I'll just catch the bus. I'm headed upstairs to see Rin. To see if Rin will come back to school with me. Anyway, I think she's been staying overnight here too often lately. Sai locks the front door of the gallery and links arms with the old art teacher. I feel strange looking at him. I wonder what it feels like to have friends who have been with you for decades, for most of your life. I can't imagine it. The two of them start making their way down the street towards the bar on the corner, so I quickly headed upstairs to the Alteller door, ready to get what I originally came here for. I climb upstairs and enter carefully. The room is dark because of the quickly falling night, but I can see Rin, or rather, her silhouette sitting on the floor. So she's got her inspiration back like Sai said, and moved her easel to painting on the floor. Before I manage 5 steps, I stop, frozen in my tracks. Rin is sitting on the floor with her legs under her. Something in the atmosphere of the room changes. A little thing. Not consciously noticeable, but changes. Oh god, this scene hurts? Oh no. Perhaps a timid current from the open door or a minute changes in the air. A minute change in the air pressure, the sound of my breathing. Even though I noticed I haven't taken a breath for many, many seconds, the aura of my presence. The something catches Rin's senses. She stops moving, freezes, and slowly turns to the door. I imagine, not see, the horror on her face, like a fawn's eye staring at a hunter. I wonder if Rin can see my expression, but at least she doesn't have the strength or the spirit to look straight into my eyes. So, she droops her chin against her chest, letting her mess of a hair hide her face from me even further. I feel like I should either walk out or walk to her, but I can't do either. I told you to stay away. Her words are defeated, painful, as if she was suffering. There is no way I can back off anymore. I lost that chance, so I do the next best thing. I quickly avert my gaze, even though Rin doesn't see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. I didn't think. It's not like that. Her voice is raspy, shivering from held-back tears or something else. She is shaking, looking like she is physically in pain. It's not like that, I had no idea what it really means to change, but I know now that you have no idea what I've had to do and all the things I passed through, and I think I forgot. I really don't. They just build up inside and grow and grow and grow until they flow out like a flow of everything that has ever been wrong. I can't take it. I can't think of the things I want because there's only so many things that I can think. 4, 6, 7, doesn't matter. It's never enough. I have to let this out. I have to destroy, forget, and nothing else. Rin is mumbling her words into the— Oh, you okay, kitty? The fucking cat just took a nosedive off my desk. Poor little kitty. I mean, my leg hurts because she just sunk her claws into my knees, but at least she didn't hit the floor. Rin is mumbling her words into the air more than talking to me. It is the ramblings, rantings, raving speech of a lunatic, even the steady in tone. But taking the form of a never-ending stream of words, almost simultaneously spawning from between her lips. It feels like she forgot it is me who is present, or that someone actually is present. Maybe she vaguely recognizes what is real and what is not. Maybe in her mind, I am the voice inside of her head. She looks more broken than I imagine a human person being capable of, and the hospital and school have given me some real perspective on that. I remember the hazy blue smoke and myself wondering what Rin would do for the sake of art. The realization that Rin really is always serious hits me with its entire weight. She really and truly would destroy herself if her art required it. I thought she was so silly with her strange ways, talking about personal change as if it were something sudden and concrete, like waking up. I had no idea. This is her, laid bare in front of my eyes in all possible meanings of the word. Complete isolation here on the top floor of this building, in this room, in her mind. Day after day, working on her painting with no heed paid of anything else. Breaking herself to reach, that is, what she wishes to reach. Why does she have to do this? I'm trying to connect the pieces, but I don't understand. I feel sad, scared, excited, disgusted, worried, and a number of emotions I can't remember the name of now. I feel conflicted. I should go. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. My voice is dry and quiet, like sandpaper coming out of my throat. I really am sorry. Sorry for seeing this. I don't want to see Rin like this. All I can see is her sadness, her stress and despair. Is this what a limit means? How could Sai and Nomaya let Rin go this far? Or is it me who is the blame? I almost walk out right there, but at the last moment, I turn around, steel myself, walk to Rin and crouch down beside her, and lightly touch her forehead. She doesn't resist or react. I can't leave her like this. She's not well. She feels like she has a fever, freezing cold and burning hot at the same time. I wonder if she got sick from staying up all night with me back then. It seems she's prone to getting ill. There is a blanket on the couch, but I wrap my arms around Rin instead of fetching it. She does not resist my clumsy hug, only slumps her head lower, deepening the shadow hiding her face from me. What are you doing? Nothing. I am not embracing her out of love, nor out of forgiveness. For am I in love, or is she sorry? I just want to hug her. For a moment, the only sound in the room is her heavy breathing. My body warmth, shared between two people, is barely enough, but slowly, painfully, slowly, it spreads from her to me, or me to her. The small warmth returning to Rin makes me more conscious of her body against mine. Even in the darkness, I can feel the fleeting scent of Rin's hair, the sweat on her skin, the dried paint stuck to her shirt. I feel the hardness of her bones and the softness of her flesh. Her heartbeat echoing mine, out of rhythm just like always. The hot blood rushing inside me reminds me why I said what I said back then, why I came here even after that, why I am here tonight again, why I am hugging her now to keep her safe against the cold and the sadness. Rin has really grown on me, inside my heart, claiming a small part of it as her own, without even particularly trying. Rin. Even if she wanted to push me away, I can't help this feeling. Are you alright, Rin? I'm not. I think I broke. I painted some really good things, incredible. But it hurt me. I can't handle this. Her voice cuts out, as there are no more words for her to say. It's not an angry voice nor a sad voice. It is a lifeless voice. I pet her head and shoulders, the physical equivalent of saying there. It's not like I could reassure her with the sweet nothings that people are supposed to say in this kind of situation. I'm not sure she would even listen or be reassured. She didn't even react much to my embrace either, as if she didn't care. Maybe she doesn't. At least she doesn't care if she looks sad or not. There are no facades, no attempts to explain herself, no fox happiness. Rin is honest. What the fuck is this? Why did I just get a random picture of two octopus? I'm a little bit confused. What's going on? Oh, why did I randomly get a picture of two squids? Is that supposed to be like a replacement for like the adult content? Oh, okay, they did skip that scene? Yes. Oh, what is that supposed to mean then? That's so weird. Just like, they could have like censored it at least. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess that is censoring it, but that feels like they take away from like the whole scene though. It's the adult content, yeah. I thought they might keep the narration, but I guess not. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. I reach out for the blanket and wrap it around her and me. Rin doesn't resist me. She is drained of all strength. So what even happens, though? Alright, I'm gonna change scenes, and then, it's kind of a tough scene to get through, too. I'm gonna change scenes and see if I can't figure out what happens at that point. Because I don't like the idea of missing out on context, but I do get that, like, they can't show it because of, yeah, just because of things. Oh, Delirium, the transcript. I think I found it. Alright, watch out, kitty. Hasao. Oh, okay, so I found the rest of it. Hasao. Actually, I should probably... Alright, so this is where it leaves off. Don't get spoiled? No, I'm only reading until we get to that part again. Also, while I'm at it, I should fix my Damn cat, messing with my fucking character model. Hisao. What is it? You're my friend, right? Right. Will you do me a favor? I can't fix this, but I'm not finished yet. Her dry voice is a mere whisper, but the strength, her last, is in it, delivering her meaning much more clearly than her words. I can feel Rin's heart beating against my chest, like a scared little bird. Her entire body is shivering from fever, from her fear, and from her despair. My brain is fast, becoming overloaded with a myriad of thoughts this encounter spawned, but I have to push them all aside. I snuggle my nose against her earlobe, which is soft and cold in her hair, which smells good and tickles me. Alright, I'll do it. I whisper in her ear reassuringly, trying to make her calm down. It works at least halfway, as Rin closes her eyes and leans against me, as if searching comfort from my warmth. But this is not something that friends should do. We can't be friends anymore? It's fine. Don't worry about it, just relax. Even though I said that, I'm on the verge of breaking myself. If I wasn't so nervous, I would laugh at my own nervousness. She wants to be comforted, and I want to comfort her. But in this way, I move my hand lower, touching the naked skin on her stomach, caressing Rin with my hand. Her muscles contract timidly, evading my touch, but soon they find their trust in me and relax. There was one warm place left in her after all, emitting heat that gets even warmer as I move my hand lower. I touch her carefully from down there, feeling the place where the lines of her thighs converge. It feels burning and swollen, soft and smooth. She opens under my touch, inviting my fingers to touch her more. Rin gasps at the contact of my hand, and her voice is not of pain nor of surprise. I realize I've been holding my own breath, and let it go in a long stream of air out of my nostrils into her hair. Don't tickle me. Sorry. Don't stop, either. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just faking it. It's okay. I don't know what to do, either. Oh, wow. I didn't realize it got this in depth. Okay. I see now. Okay, I see now why they took this out of the Steam version. Which is kind of weird, because, like, with the amount of, like, adult content games on Steam, it is weird that they would take something like this out. Because, like, I feel like every time I browse the, like, the new release games on Steam, it's, like, I'd say overwhelmingly, like, 60% of them are just shovelware, like, shitty hentai games. There's, like, so much fucking, like, hentai games on Steam that, like, is it really worth, like, removing a quick scene like this from the game? I don't know. It's so weird. So yeah, right? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't even think there's an image for this part either, cause like there is an option that says adult content show scene. So like if I hide it, the only thing it hides is some of the dialogue. But if I show it, there's no picture to go along with this, I don't think. Unless this website like took it down from the wiki or something, I have no idea. Alright, where was I? I enter her, moving my fingers up and down, in and out, touching her from everywhere, first slowly, then faster. I listen to the subtle signs Rin's body gives. There's a bug on me. Hoping that she can guide me as I can't see what I'm doing here. Her breathing gets heavier by the moment, spurred on by my exploring fingers. Rin's hips start to move in the same rhythm as me, guiding me deeper. She turns her head, looking at me from the corner of her eye. I wonder what she sees. But what I see in her almost scares me. The passion in her eyes is nothing like I have ever seen. Her dark eyes like two black stones against the moonlit skin of her cheek. I kiss her gently on the cheek, right above the bone. My lips are coarse and dry. My right hand moves upwards of its own accord, under the white cotton of her shirt, to caress the underside of her soft breast. Sweat gleams on her skin, making it slippery under my hand. She breathes in sharp, quick intakes in unison with the pulse of her insides against my fingers. So, like, without this context, like, I just would have read the next scene and not realized that anything had even happened at all. I would have just been under the assumption that we just, like, sat here for, like, hours, I guess, and just did nothing. Unless they, like, explain it vaguely later on. I can feel her heat burning through her shirt against my chest. I move faster and she moves faster, our primitive instincts blinding all reasoning as her fever becomes sweat drenching her shirt and her skin. Her passion becomes my own, growing inside of me. All these feelings unravel their basic components. Her softness, her wetness, her hotness. Her sadness are the only things that I think, the only things I can think. I push Rin over the edge. Her entire body contracts around my fingers in a blinding, deafening, paralyzing spasm. Her voice is incredible. I never thought it could be so violent, so absolute for a girl. Later, I would come to think that this finally was the moment when Rin finally let herself go, and in one slight instant, destroyed and rebuilt herself, just like she had wanted. Whether it's the truth or not, I couldn't say, but that's how I felt. Rin gasps for breath like she's drowning, returning to reality because she has no other choice. Her entire body is still in the throes of her slowly dying moments. Pearls of sweat are glistening on her forehead. I'm feeling my own heat inside me, but now the spur of the moment is gone, and I don't know what to say to Rin, who is panting, hot, and ecstatic in my arms. Her skirt, wet with sweat, is glued to her back, revealing hints of her shoulder blades and waistline. She feels limp, weak, exhausted. I reach out for the blanket and wrap it around her. Rin doesn't resist me. She is drained of all strength. Okay, so this is where we left off. So now we're all caught up to speed. Wow. Alright. I kind of understand now, but I also don't understand at the same time. Cheap followers? Get the fuck out of here. Boom. Get banned. You know, I've actually thought about it. Like, what if someone actually typed that in as, like, a joke into the chat? And, like, I always just instant ban them, because I just rather not take the risk. I think those fucking bots are so annoying. What will happen now? I don't know. Nothing, I suppose. You look tired. I am tired. It feels strange, like I lost something. I mean, something else than my... Oh. Okay, maybe they do bring it up. Don't say something like that. Neither one of those things. I don't want to lose you. What does that mean? I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid that you are, all the time. In that moment, I felt that it was not only Rin who was losing something of hers. I felt I was losing a part of myself, or maybe all of me. But if you were to ask what it was that I lost, I couldn't say, because I had already forgotten it. I broke another promise by coming out with my honest feelings to Rin. That's 2 in one day. I hate the distance between you and me, so every time it gets a little bit closer, I become afraid of losing it. That's weird. I guess so. Do you mind if I sleep a little? No, I guess you don't. You like watching, don't you? She closes her eyes and swallows with a loud gulp, trying to relax herself, fighting against the urge to paint. Yes. Yes, I do. Rin moves her body in my arms, searching for a comfortable position in our very uncomfortable position. She leans against me, closing her eyes and lets out one last long breath out before settling into the steady rhythm of sleep. With her last moment of awareness, she whispers something to me, but I can't hear it. Rin drifts deeper into sleep, with a deep sigh that releases all remaining tension from her muscles. I try to shift around to place both of us comfortably. It takes a while because I don't want to wake her up, even though she probably wouldn't, but eventually I find a position I am somewhat comfortable with. I lean against the soft cushions of the couch and breathe in the cool air of the altar. Or the altar. I still have no idea how to say that. Rin's head rests against my chest, as if she were listening to my heartbeats. Echoes of her dreams ripple as small twitches on her face. Like a cat sleeping. The mouse hunter's dream. The full moon shining its pale light upon us in the skylight reflects from blank canvas standing forgotten on the easel. Its whiteness is glowing against the dark night of the altar. I mean, I guess it's not technically us losing our virginities or anything, because, like, all we did was we, like, finger blasted her. That's completely different. Adalia? Atalia? Atelia? I will say, this game has helped me learn, not, atelier. This game has helped me learn a lot of different words, so I can at least appreciate that. English was definitely not one of my strongest subjects in school. Which is kind of funny because English is like one of the only classes I actually took that was like a accelerated class. But there's just so many words that I feel like in my own language I still don't know. Through the grogginess of the freshly awakened mind, I can observe my surroundings, only one thing at a time. Yeah, he really wasn't wasting time with all those books. The morning light shining from the skylight is bright and sky-colored. Oh, wait, did we... Did we have... I can't remember if our character had, like, school tomorrow. We just kind of, like, woke up here. It reflects from the white walls and the colorful poster paintings. Also, our teacher never came back either. I hope nobody at school realized that I spent the night here. They didn't find out the last time, so I am feeling confident about my chances. My neck is stiff and my shoulders are hurting like hell from sleeping in an awkward position like that. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. Only the full moon and Rin, its warm body against me. I can't remember her waking up either, leaving my side. However, she has. Rin is standing up in the middle of the... Oh, God. Atelier. 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 Looking as if she was lost. She's not looking at anything, I can see. Not doing anything, just standing there. She manages to dress up a little bit by herself. A strange thing that I thought at least I would have been impossible without hands. I'm just gonna say apartment. That's what I'm just gonna call it now, is just the apartment. I get up and walk to her, patting her on the shoulder to get her attention. Hey. Do you know what a triplet is in music? Not a clue. I am not very knowledgeable with music. A lot of my knowledge kind of lies with just, like, history. She flinches at the contact. I've never seen Rin flinch. Rin looks a bit panicky, a bit anxious, a bit defensive. It's as if she were a completely different person last night. Perhaps she was. My heart drops straight down to my stomach, full of liquid nitrogen. I'm sort of sorry. Why sorry? It wasn't very tactful of me, you know, last night. But isn't that the sort of thing something you want? Because you like me? So blunt. I am completely baffled by Rin's approach this time. No, even if it was, I think I'd prefer for things to go properly. Rin cocks her head, looking like she has no idea what I'm talking about. She still has this guarded feel about her, but nothing belies any real emotion. So you don't want to do that sort of thing? I didn't say that. So you do. I didn't say that either. Listen, it doesn't matter. I just don't think it was the best thing I could have done in that situation, and I tried to apologize. I wonder for whose benefit I'm trying to come clear with these feelings. I don't even know why I'm feeling this terribly guilty. Maybe. I don't think it was a very good idea either, probably. It's like you said. We are not like that. We are friends. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. I'm really good at forgetting things, so it should be alright with me. I can't do that. Why? Because I like you, that's why. I told you you shouldn't talk about that. I don't agree. Besides, you brought it up yourself before. I hold my hand up and pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. I have no idea how to get Rin to understand. I hate that Rin can't clearly tell me what she feels about anything. I hate that she's sending these confusing signals, as if she's expecting me to read her mind. Do you hate me? She actually thinks about this for some time. I don't hate anything. I don't think I'm a hateful person. Then what am I to you? Help me understand. I try to sound as reasonable as I can, but I don't know if it'll help. Rationally thinking, this is the only way to get her to understand my point of view. Problem is, rationality never was a thing for Rin. It doesn't restrict her like it restricts me. It's not her driving force. It doesn't make her behave like a normal person. I can't. The same answer. I feel so powerless. I feel frustrated. Why? I don't think you'd understand. I'm not sure if I do. Oh no. Ugh. I definitely don't think I need to understand is the right one. I almost want to say then explain because, like, I'm not really gonna know otherwise unless she, like, actually tells me. Oh. I really don't want the bad ending. But I mean, yeah, they're not really gonna fix anything if we don't, like, try to understand each other or, like, explain the situation. I feel like saying it doesn't matter is gonna have the opposite effect, because clearly it does matter. Yeah, I'm gonna say then explain. Fine, then explain to me. I can't. The same old stupid pattern emerges again, me asking her questions to which she replies with answers that don't answer anything, because it's the only way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbing about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Is this a play? Are there some unforeseen roles, or unseen roles that we have unknowingly set ourselves into, dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading us to hurting each other? Her nonchalant answers accompanied by more nonchalant shrugs leave me none the wiser. I hate it. So, I don't know what to say to myself. I want to be angry. I am angry, but I also feel so powerless. Would anything I say matter at all? It's fine if you want to turn me down, but at least do it properly. And if you do, then last night was definitely a mistake. In fact, this whole thing might have been a mistake. I don't want to turn you down. So you can't decide. But why are you playing with me like this, then? Hug, then ignore me. Kiss, then ignore me. Play me like a fiddle, is that it? Kiss me, then forget it again. My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Rin, too, finally catches the mood, and her curious expression changes instantly into something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tries to find were written in paintings she herself has wrought. Then what? I needed the paint, so... Paint. My vision is filtering through the blood-red lens of unbridled anger. Don't give me that, Rin. I am not some damn muse of yours, free to be abused for the sake of painting. I am not some medium for whatever you aspire to. I am me. There is a limit to my selflessness. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholy. Well, oh man. I don't think I'm getting a happy ending, boys. Well, she takes my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I finish does she respond somehow. I can't do anything else. Or, I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do... It's the only thing I sort of do properly most of the time. Yeah, that much I figured out myself, thanks. Art first, everything else second, or thousandth. Ever pause to consider things from a perspective other than yours? I snarl the words from between my teeth. They taste like poison anyway. Rin is positively alarmed by now, so at least she's not completely dense, but it seems that she just doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe even she could be this stupid. I didn't want to. This time it's Rin who interrupts herself in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? She doesn't get a word out of her mouth. You never explain yourself. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? You don't ever talk to me. Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying, and being satisfied about it feels terrible, but I can't stop myself. I try to discern some hints from her reaction, though my adrenaline distorted vision. My feedback was the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she can't just ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I'd hate if she didn't. She never ever listens to anything, so she's unaffected by the world around her. Not this time it seems. Her body is shaking like from holding back from tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Go away. Go away, Hisao. I'm sorry. I can't deal with this. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. The blunt, hollow remark is fitting conclusion to this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. I leave the apartment feeling angry and guilty. I never believed we would end up like this. I'm not like this. Rin is not like this. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, or outrageous Rin is, this is not like her. She really did change. Or was it me who changed? Maybe I only thought I knew her, or maybe I knew that Rin, or the Rin that she isn't. Or was it me who caused this all by talking to Rin into taking her chances at the expedition? Well, I mean, it's not like there was... The thing that I hate was there was no... I knew the expedition was a bad idea. I wanted to say no. But all three of the options were pretty much like, yeah, heck yeah, you should do it. I think this is a good opportunity. It's your decision in the end of the day. Like, there was no option for me to be like, no, I think this is a terrible idea. You should just stick to what you're already doing. Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like this? Has this been for the past few weeks? I can't think of any explanation for her weird behavior other than the expedition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further away from each other, and now, beyond the reach of either of us. Darkness covers the gardens of Yamaku High School, enveloping the small dormitory rooms in a blanket of night. In one of those rooms I lie on my bed, tired, so very tired. I gave up. I can't lie to myself that everything is alright, that everything will work out. That's not how things go. Glancing at my watch, it's 3:30 at night. I slide my finger over the glass surface and watch in the watch's face. It's been pretty dependable ever since I decided to start wearing it, always knowing what's going on even when I didn't. I turn my head to see the neatly arranged assortment of medicine on my night table. They are dependable too, things I am going to depend on for the rest of my life. I think of the limited days ahead of me, the infinite vast of time that opens up in front of others. The time I wasted chasing things out of my reach. Time will never get back. I take off my watch and lay it down at the table. Oh my, I absolutely got the fucking... Yep, I got the bad ending. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my god. That sucks like so much. I do have a save, so like... Because like, I don't know how far the like bad decision goes back, you know? Actually, I am actually... I'm really glad that I actually saved up to this point. I don't think this decision would really matter, if I'm being honest. Alright, let's see if I can salvage this in, like, any sort of way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter whether I understand you or not. I just want to know. I can't. She is like a stone wall. I just can't reach through to Rin. It's impossible for me. Fine. I don't care. You wanted to change? You wanted to destroy yourself? You want this expedition more than anything else, right? Yes. Okay, then do it. She doesn't respond or even show acknowledgement of understanding. I'm grinding my teeth together, frustrated beyond anything I thought possible. I want to grab Rin's shoulders and shake her until she comes to her senses. I look at her, and in that moment, I know with crystal clear certainty that there is nothing I can do for Rin. None of the words I know would reach her, but still. I think that for whatever reason, you think it's important that you go this way all the way to the end. Even if it's not healthy for you, on many different levels. But I'll have nothing to do with it. I can't accept being treated like this and not understanding the reason for it. I'm finished here. The full weight of what I said sinks into the silent distance between us. Rin doesn't show any reaction, nor even blinks her eyes. She just stares at me through... She just stares at or through me quietly. Rin's route is by far the most difficult to play. In terms of, like, just how, like, serious it is, or in terms of, like, the options. Both. That's what it seems like, honestly. That's fine. Her voice is perfectly calm, emotionless like an announcement that the 7:30 train will be 7 minutes late. With those words, Rin made her decision and I made mine. If neither of us secretly wanted to change our minds, it's too late for that now. I took a hard, long look at Rin, hoping that it conveys my feelings. Without knowing whether it does or not, I leave the apartment for the last time, feeling empty and anxious, like so many times before. So I imagine that one's also a bad ending. I got the good ending, but was emotionally exhausted for like 2 days after. Well, this one went into Act 4, so maybe this does mean something. I'm still gonna keep that saved, though, just in case. I make it in time for class, though not in time for breakfast. The classroom is bathing in the gentle light of the sun. This means that it's going to be intolerably hot in the afternoon. For now, though, it's pleasant. I look at Misha and Shizune's animated discussion about whatever, Hanako staring out of the classroom window, Mutao stumbling into class for 4 minutes late and with no recollection of what he's supposed to be teaching. I can never imagine dropping out of school just like that, even if it's only for a few weeks. On the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem with the idea or going through with it. Then again, somehow I got caught along in her insane isolation, even if we ended up hurting each other. Or did we? Maybe only I got hurt. It takes me until late in the afternoon to realize that today is Monday. The art club meets today. Not just that, due to the exams, this will be the last art club meeting before summer vacation. Without Rin, it feels pretty pointless to go there, but I want to talk with a teacher. The meeting itself isn't noteworthy, but just as my skills with watercolors are not worth mentioning, Namaya tries to encourage and advise me without sounding too condescending, but he's not doing a very good job of it. If nothing else, joining the art club has taught me that I like art. It would be nice if I could actually try to make some art in the art club, though. After the fruits of everyone's labors have been piled into a neat stack on the teacher's desk, he clears his throat and gives a little speech. That's it for the trimester, everyone. His voice is pretty loud and way too enthusiastic for it to be genuine. The next meeting is after summer vacations, on the Monday of the first week next term. I hope to see you there again. Have a nice vacation. Everyone wishes him a nice vacation back as they file out the door. I stay behind, waiting until two of us are alone. It's almost dinner time, so I don't have to wait long. Namaya's looking through the paintings, some of which are actually pretty nice. Rin may outclass everyone else in art, but she isn't the only one with talent. Excuse me, teacher. What is it, Nuki? He raises his eyebrows questioningly, smiling widely. It's about Rin. Oh, is something wrong with Tezuka? No, but... I hesitate for a split second, not certain how to say what I want to say, giving Nomaya enough time to start blabbering by himself. I saw her a few days ago when I was passing by Sai's gallery. She said she'd get 1 or 2 more paintings done for the expedition. I was quite pleased. She's surprisingly hard-working. I'd always thought she'd be a bit lazy, doing what she wants instead of the assignments. He seems to notice my anxiety and realizes he is digressing, shutting up before finishing the thought. But you had something to talk about. What is it? I don't know. She feels detached from everything, as if she can't think of anything but the expedition. Well, isn't that good? She is focused on her painting, as should be. Yeah, but this is different. It's like she's obsessed. I went to see her and... Have you been bothering her? He cuts in before I finish saying what I meant to say, instantly looking quite irritated. No, I don't think so. I'm just concerned because she stops coming to school completely. She feels strange, too. Stranger than usual, at the very least. Humbug. This is much more important to her than some lousy math class or physics or whatever. This is exactly why the school is so flexible, to give every student a chance to fulfill themselves. Tezuka is a painter, so she should paint, no? And have an expedition. That's what artists do. She should be allowed to concentrate on that, not these other frivolous classes. She should be encouraged. If you think about it, it's really quite obvious. His counter-arguments are not very convincing, but I'm having a hard time trying to make any kind of rebuttal. My grudging silence is interpreted as assent, and Omaya turns to shuffle the stack. Come on, just fucking tell this guy off. I've said since day one I did not like this teacher. This dude just looks like a fucking creeper. That and I just don't like artists in general. I've turned in assignments on his desk like a deck of cards. I have to say, while we're talking about Tezuka's expedition, I'm very excited to see how it turns out. She's still so young, yet has such wonderful skill and style. He's talking to the air to relax the mood that got a bit too negative. I take it that you will be attending? Yeah, I guess so. Well, we'll meet there. I take that as my cue to leave, and I do, although I'm not happy about it. My message didn't get through, to say the least. Actually, I should save here just in case I get like another fucking question I'm gonna have to answer. I should have been doing that this whole time, but I didn't realize I could make multiple saves until now. The day after that, I missed opportunities and things I should have said come crashing down on me. There's nothing left to do afterwards but brood. Second day, I begin to feel anxious. I start doubting my doubt, and it feels stupid, especially since I still can't think about anything else than Rin. Third day, Japanese exam and world history exam. Great. The thing I hate most about her is that she can make me feel this awful, even though I should be focusing on entirely different stuff right now. Fourth day, math exam. We have a math exam. It goes how it goes. I don't care. Fifth day. Nomaya asked me again if I will attend the expedition opening. I can't say no to him even though I seriously want to. I just don't want to discuss with him anything Rin related, so it's just better to take the path of least resistance. On the sixth day, the day before the expedition opening, I find Rin standing in the hallway in front of my room when I return to the dorms after dinner. What are you doing here? My tone is angrier than I intended. I'm a little disappointed that I was unable to restrain myself, but I can't be helped. Rin just stands there, like she just happened to conveniently be standing around here where she has no business being. The way she reacts as coolly to everything annoys me. This is not good. It's been 6 days and the sight of her has me boiling. She hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Finished painting. Shouldn't you be at the gallery preparing? They said no. I guess the gallery owner does that part then, getting the paintings framed and hung on the walls and whatnot. So, why are you here? Felt like it. Same old stupid pattern emerges again. Me asking her questions to which she replies with answers that don't answer anything, because it's the only way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Oh, this is just the same dialogue that we had before. When I walk into my room, I hear her footsteps following me in. I didn't invite her in. I won't ask her to leave. She cleans my bed without asking permission. making me wish that I had taken the time to make it before I left this morning, then stands up again as though she sat on hot coals. I lean half against the single corner of my desktop that isn't cluttered with stuff to rest my legs at least a little bit. Rin spends a few moments glancing curiously around my room. It makes me realize that she's never seen it before. For a moment, she actually looks like she's concentrating, trying to get everything. This must be the eye for detail that makes her an artist. Since the room is small, she quickly runs out of things to look at, but nothing else transpires, allowing the uncomfortable silence to take over the atmosphere. The mood is chilling to say the least, and both of us are on guard, waiting for the other to make the first move. Of course, Rin could play this game forever, so it has to be me. So, I give up because she'd never try to open a conversation, and because it seems that she wants to say something, and I want to get it over with. Why else would she be here if not to talk? I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry, but I can't bring myself to yell at her anymore. My voice catches her attention, and she tries to search for words as well, but it seems that she is not entirely certain as to why she's here either. And so Rin simply takes a few steps to close the distance between us, and raises on the tips of her toes, to even out the height difference. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. It's a reflex, and almost an afterthought. The words no, yes, and maybe simultaneously surfing in my mind. My hand is between her lips and mine. A wall that I raised to guard against something. Her breath feels warm against my fingers. The scent of her skin lingers about the mysterious, indescribable sensation that captures me and draws my eyes deep into hers. The look in her eyes is surprise, quizzical as to why the erupted hand prevented her advances. Her eyes are really big and glistening with moisture, and staring right into my own with a soft gaze that I'm having a hard time to match. Rin's half-open mouth makes her look even more confused, although the sentinel way her lips are arching is signaling something completely different. Please? I need you. The words come from her throat as a coarse whisper meant only for me, bypassing her tongue and teeth without giving them any chance to interpret. They sober me into an instant, and I clumsily flinch back to get a little bit of distance between us, painfully scraping against my desk in the process. Alright, I need another drink. Things are getting intense. Maybe it's her choice of words, maybe the way she says it, but something in it puts me off. Something is wrong. Something terribly wrong. Need me for what? All the unpleasant feelings emerge again, and I feel my heartbeat suddenly increasing at least tenfold. Rin's eyes go out of focus and back again, as her body relaxes from its tense state, and she stands upright again. I don't think I was thinking about anything. Why do you draw patterns in the dust on your night table? There is a word for that kind of thing, but I can't remember. Her remark almost throws me off track, and I glance over her shoulder at the table next to mine, but I can't see anything from the distance. So she needs me for nothing specific? Alright, Kitty, you're getting on my mouse, please. Just happened to come by because she thought I'd be glad to see her after she shut me out. No complaints. Or no complaints accepted for a week. Completely altruistic moment. Oh, God. Motives? Felt like it? Bullshit. I can answer myself. To play mind games with whatever you want. To kiss whenever you want. To ignore whenever you want. To fulfill your whims whenever you want. Is that it? What do you need me for? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Good. Rin too finally catches a mood and her expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if she tries to find where written in the tapestries on my walls. Then what? I needed to paint. Paint. Of course, that's what an artist do. It's just the same dialogue as before. Oh wait, that's different though. I was like, is this just the same? They're just using the same words. So what if I don't know anything about my future? There's things I want and things I care about. Even I can dream of things other than nightmares. I'm yelling, but I'm way past the point of caring about things like that. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them, melancholy. while she takes out my outbursts, uh, without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I finish does she respond. I can't do anything else, or I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do... It's the only thing I sort of do properly most of the time. I understand completely. Art first, everything else second or thousandth. What about me? Am I nothing? When I was interested in art, did that make you feel like I was a little interesting for a little while? Tell me, I really want to know. Did you ever think about my perspective, or is it just all you? The words rise like bile in my throat. She looks alarmed and almost completely uncomprehending, as if she just doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe she could be this stupid. I didn't want to. This time it's Rin who interrupts herself mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? You never explain. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying. It feels wrong to take so much satisfaction in it, but I can't stop. Not wanting to face my anger head on, Rin turns around to steadfastly look out the window, even though there's nothing to look at. The worst of my ire is gone. I shut up as I can't be bothered to keep yelling at the back of her head. So, silence finally returns. I try to discern some hints from her reaction, though through my adrenaline-distorted vision. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like. I'd hate it if she didn't. She never ever listens to anything, so it's unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking from holding back tears. I already know that Rin is not crying. Her indifference made me so furious. Now that it's gone, I am at a loss, I wonder. Did I go too far? Look, Go away. Go away, Hisao. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I can hear the words as clear as day. What? Is there any more to say? This is my room. The blunt, hollow remark is fitting conclusion for this unpleasant discussion. Yeah, this is pretty much the same thing, just with slightly different dialogue. Even though she deliberately looks the other direction, I can see how she's biting the corner of her lip so hard it might start bleeding if she won't. As she makes her exit, I realize that she left the door open when she came in, and my yelling must have echoed across the dorm hallways. I sigh. Now that she's gone, I am left with my guilt. As the thumping of my chest slowly subdues, anxiety replaces it. Somehow, I feel that none of this would have ever happened if not for me. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, she is not the Rin I thought I knew. The Rin that I expected Rin to be. Was it me who caused all this by talking Rin into her chances with the expedition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has for the past few weeks? I can't think of any other explanation for her weird behavior that the expedition and all the other things came along with. Maybe it was just the only way that I could have brought us closer. I bang my head hard against the wall, twice to make sure it hurts. Well, that didn't give me a chapter done, so I don't think that, yeah, we're still going. A headache is relentlessly thumping against the back of my head as I push open the door to the 22nd corner. Apart from that, I'm perfectly calm. After venting on Rin all that anger that I had bottled up inside, it felt great, like a weight had been lifted from my heart. The tension that had grasped my mind for the past few weeks faded away without leaving even a shadow behind. This is nearly zen-like state of enlightenment. I realized that perhaps it was a bad idea to yell at her like that. I really meant it, but what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing. I am not like that. I don't normally yell at people. I don't know why I did it yesterday. So I keep feeling really guilty about it and wanting to take my words back. Rin is probably upset too, even more than my own behavior. Her actions shocked me. I've always thought of her as unchanging, detached from her surroundings, so seeing my yelling get her so upset felt out of place. I wonder if she understands how I feel. In Rin's world, everything seems to be absolute and subjective. Absolutely subjective. As if she was completely unable to see things from other points of views than her own. But ultimately, is anyone able to do it? Maybe objectively and altruism are just illusions for people who think to themselves, or think of themselves as compassionate. Just like art is an illusion for people who think reality is merely a veil for something greater. Even when you stop thinking about that, the world revolves around you, or start thinking outside of the mythical box, you are just inside another bigger box that can't escape. Or that you can't escape. Maybe that ultimately makes her like the rest of us. I stepped through the door to find the gallery full of illusioned people. Despite Sai's remarks during my earlier visits, I always thought it was a very spacious, but now, when it's crowded like this, it's like positively cramped. I immediately noticed Sai standing in the middle of a lively discussion, busily chatting with some old gentleman. She's actually pretty tall and kind of cool looking, so she stands out in a crowd. There are dozens of wine glasses laid on the table along the back wall, filled with burgundy liquid. The vast majority of the guests are sipping from their own glasses. The socialites and art connoisseurs are mingling happily, exchanging mild opinions about Rin's art, which seems to be the secondary objective of the interest for most. I feel distant, excluded from the other people here. I can't claim even at a stretch to be a social chameleon, so this situation is quite unnerving. Since I don't blend into the crowd at all, I just fake that I do, trying to look as cool and smooth as I can. I wonder how Rin is handling all this. If it was me, I would be quite freaked out. Throwing the anxiety aside, I try to carefully navigate through the crowd, stealing peeks at the framed paintings hanging on the wall. Rin's expedition takes about half of the gallery's wall space. Some paintings are less familiar than others, but I recognize most of them. Some I've seen being created at the art club meetings after all, or remember the time when Rin was choosing her portfolio. I note that a couple of the unfinished paintings are framed on the wall as well. Maybe that's just what they call conventional art. Even Rin's failures, if you can call them that, become exhibits of her skills, quite paradoxical. She herself is nowhere to be seen, which is strange, because even though it's crowded, the gallery is pretty small. It's fine, sort of. I don't know how to face her after yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have even come. But I promised various people, Rin included, that I would do so. Damn. It sounds like I do the things I do because some kind of instinctual properness compels me to, not because it would be sensible or not. I sneak closer to Sai to wait for a lull in the conversation so I can chat her up. Even though her voice is almost completely buried under the general background noise, I hear bits and pieces of her talking about Rin. Yes, she is a high schooler at a local school. Even though she's graduating next year, I'm sure various art schools would be interested. I thought I'd be interested in having an exhibit for someone who is still in the early stages of development. It's so strange. It's like Rin is some kind of mini celebrity, even though this is nothing but a small expedition opening at a small art gallery of a small town. In fact, there is a friend of mine from... It's Hisao. My eavesdropping is interrupted by a familiar voice and a familiar slap to the back. I don't need to ask the source of either without turning around. Hi, Emmy. Hi, are you like a representative of the art club or something? I don't see anyone else here from our school. I don't really... I guess I am if that's the case. What about you? What about me? You didn't think I'm interested in art, is that it, Hisao? No, that's not what... Well, maybe a little. If you put it that way. I mean, even though you hang out with Rin, I've never heard you talk about art with her, so... Emmy huffs and looks around her, looking discontented. It's true, I don't get it at all, but she came to my track meet, so I thought it only fair to return the favor. She leans closer, trying to look confidential, but only managing to look conspiring. Do you get art? No. No, I don't. At all. My emphasizing head shake draws a giggle and cheery head shake of her own out of Emmy. Me neither. Hey, let's go talk to Rin. I bet you haven't yet, because I haven't either. Come on. Before she has a chance to forcibly drag me to Rin, Nomaya appears behind her with Rin in tow. She's not dressed for the occasion, instead opting for the school uniform and the unkept hair. Maybe her natural look is what suits her the best. Hello, teacher. Hi, Rin. Unfazed, Emmy greets the teacher cheerfully, causing him to turn around and look down confusedly. Who are you? I'm Emmy from school, class 3-4, don't you remember? She looks positively shocked at the prospect that there could be a person who doesn't know her. Oh, sorry, you're in the same class as Tezuka here, right? Yeah. You'll have to pardon me, I have trouble remembering students who don't take art. Don't mind. Hi, Rin. Hello. Congratulations for your super cool art thing. I'm sure you'll be a big hit. She throws her arms into the air for boisterous enthusiasm. Or emphasis, not enthusiasm. Almost hitting me in the face. Now it's getting to that point in the stream where I'm having trouble speaking again. And look, Hisao came too. Rin doesn't look at me, nor does she greet me. Congratulations, Rin. She keeps averting her gaze, pointedly looking at her sandals. Oblivious to the tension between us, and ignorant of what happened yesterday, Emmy keeps on blabbering about this and that to an unresponsive Rin. I guess she's used to not getting much out of her at times. Before long, Namaya and Sai turn to Rin, introducing her. Expecting it, I catch the second of confusion when the guests see her arms. Saya is luckily on the ball and briefly explains about her school. Doubtful faces quickly change to curious. Would you mind telling us about your art? I thought the development is quite easily noticeable. What do you yourself think of the differences between the older and more current works? It's quite rare for someone so young to dabble into abstraction. It would have been interesting to see how you worked. Oh, definitely. I assume you use your feet? Must have been a great trouble to learn it. You should be proud. Will you be pursuing a career as an artist after school? She is bombarded with so many questions she can't even hope to answer them all. Maybe that's for the best. Rin tends to talk nonsense more than occasionally. So where do you get your ideas? That's the fifth worst. Rin keeps stumbling with her words, looking more and more vexed by the expected inquiries. Everyone is waiting for her to say something, but she looks like a cat got her tongue. Each question piling up just adds to her distress. I fail to hear the question that is the proverbial one too many. It's like a motor stalling. Rin just freezes for a long, long second until she falls on her knees, hitting the floor ungracefully like a sack of potatoes. Are you alright? I don't know. Tezuka, what's wrong, girl? I don't know what's wrong. A terrible silence falls upon the people gathered around Rin. Everyone is petrified, not knowing how to react to her sudden seizure or something. She breathes with deep, trembling gasps as if running out of air, staring ahead of herself with hollow eyes. Seeing that nobody does anything, I force myself to step to Rin and lift her up from the floor, letting her lean against me to keep standing. Would you like some fresh air? Okay, let's go outside for a bit. I don't even wait for her to answer before grasping her shoulder and pulling her past the stunned-looking Namaya, Sai, and Emmy and guest. Excuse us. The cooling evening breeze hits my face at the door. I let go of Rin and she leans against the stone wall, trying to catch her breath. Are you alright? I couldn't say anything. Rin is still not looking at me, so I look away too. The streetlights and colored neon signs twist my vision into a blur of near blindness, forcing me to look back. At least she talked, even if it's not directing her words to me. What did you want to say? Maybe both of us can imagine that we are talking to an invisible friend. I don't know. Something that would have meant something. The silence lasts for a long time. I don't feel comfortable being alone with Rin. I'm not good at imagining things that don't exist. Or the things that exist, don't. We should go back in. The guests I invited are in there. They probably want to meet you and talk with you. You know, ask you questions and stuff about those paintings you worked so hard for. I don't want them to ask me questions like that. I can never say the right words. What do you want then? That someone wouldn't have to ask questions for me. But aren't you happy with people interested in your paintings? But if you found someone like that, then what? Yeah, if you found someone like that, then what? But if you found someone like that, then what? Do you really think that it would be some kind of be-all, end-all thing? Star-crossed lovers and happily ever after? My question is met with a blank stare, the darkness in her eyes unfazed by the thinly veiled bitterness. No, I don't think that. But at least then, I wouldn't have to be alone. She whispers the words to the lights of the town, but I hear them anyways. I shouldn't have done this. Not yet. The expedition? She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly as if to prove she can, and then continues talking to herself. Why? Wrong conjunction of the planets? No, not that. I double-checked and I got up with the left foot, and did everything else right. It's me. I was wrong. She stands straight and stretches before stepping past me out onto the street. Wait, where are you going? She steps on her tracks and turns around, looking at me quizzically. School. I'm leaving. What? Why? Because I want to be me. Rin walks off, leaving me behind utterly confused. Rin! But something she said really touched me, or maybe it was the way she said it. Maybe it was the fact that she said it. I want to say something back to her, before I forget this feeling again. As if granting me a wish, Rin stops in her tracks. She doesn't turn around, just keeps waiting for me to say what I want to, even though I didn't have time to think of that. Rin, listen, I don't believe you have to be alone, even if you never meet anyone like that. I don't know if she heard my words, but either way, she doesn't react in any way. For the final time, she starts walking away from the gallery. So where's Tezuka? I can only shake my head, but it doesn't seem to be a sufficient answer. I have to say something. She ran away. What? The horrific realization spreads on his face like wildfire. This is a Fasco. A Fisco? Fasco? Catastrophe. What is that girl thinking? The most important event of her life and she just ran off? And you, why don't you stop her? I'm gonna hold you personally responsible. Sai interrupts him, holding her hand up calmly. It's good she intervened. The teacher was getting to get a weird look from the nearby guest. Now, Shinichi. She probably just had the stage fright. I don't know her as well as you people do, but I did get the image that she is somewhat peculiar. This kind of thing can happen. It'll be fine. I'll explain that she suddenly became ill. The guest will surely understand. But can we just fucking yell back at this guy? This dude is such a fucking creep. Look around you. Everyone seems to be rather happy with their free wine and chit-chat. The guests will be fine, but we are missing our opportunities here. Networking, making contacts and acquaintances. As the adults keep arguing about something that can't be helped, Emmy tugs my sleeve to get my attention. She doesn't look very happy either. Come on. Where? We are going to find Rin and kick her ass. What? I can't believe it. She is so stupid. That Rin, how can she do this? I'm telling you, she doesn't have a bit of common sense in her head. Emmy is seriously angry, only missing steam rising from her ears. I guess I understand Emmy, that she is that kind of person. Give up has never felt like a part of her vocabulary, and maybe she feels it shouldn't be a part of anyone's vocabulary. It's probably best to just leave her alone for tonight. What, are you a Rin expert now? She takes a firm stance and puts her hands on her hips. It's like she wants to pick a fight with me too. No, I don't think that's even possible in the first place. I just don't think kicking her ass would do her any good. My melancholic remark surprisingly works, as Emmy slumps her shoulders a little and sighs. I know that. You do? The last time I did that, it changed nothing. The ride back to school is an empty, late-night bus is silent. Both of us keep staring at the lights flashing past the window without saying a word. The nightly grounds are quiet, lit only by the wan moon and the yellow lamppost. We say our goodbyes in front of the dormitory. Emmy, reflectively clenching her fist, compels me to assure her that she won't assault Rin the moment I let her out of my sight. Promise me to not go scold her. She looks up at me, her eyes again flaring with anger, that I matched with as a claiming stare as I can. It's only easy to face an angry woman if you are not the target of her ire. After a minute of the mismatched staring contest, she sighs and shakes her head in defeat. You're too nice, Asao. Did you know that? Hints of a smile are tugging the corner of her mouth as she says that, and she seems a bit more relaxed. What a sudden change of mood. Maybe she wasn't as angry as it seemed to begin with. Maybe her mood changes easily. If I was, I would have let you have your way. Does that mean you were only nice to Rin? Both of us are hiding our concern behind empty jokes, but at least it puts me in a good mood. Emmy waggles her eyebrows with a half-amused smirk, trying to push my buttons. Not gonna work. No. It just means I'm not nice only to you. Hey. Good night, Emmy. So, at least we saw what the bad ending looks like. The last day before summer vacation is waning slowly. Science is the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearning of liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today, who knows. I've already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm doodling lazily on the flip side of the paper, waiting for Muto to call time. It also prevents Misha from trying to covertly look at my answers over my shoulder. She might fool the attentive teacher, but I can tell that she is trying to look. Boy, did you ever see the bad ending, lol. Yeah, I mean, at least I'm on chapter 4 now, so I'm at least hoping for a better ending. I am so glad that I saved and that they make it so easy to get back to where you were. I guess it's her best bet at a passing test, but it doesn't make me feel any mercy though, so I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sound in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Muto's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the backstage of consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I don't know what to do. Should I go buy a train ticket for my trip back home? But I can't bring myself to do that. I bet I'm going to get a call from home again. Mom's going to pester me about when I'm coming back, and I'm not going to know what the answer. This is really lousy. In the current state of things with Rin, it feels like I can't just bail out of here and pretend we are through. And now, she has other problems of her own. I thought that the expedition opening would give her a breather, but I was sorely mistaken. The tangle just seems to thicken. A sharp knock on the door interrupts the quiet but frantic mood of the last 15 minutes of the exam. Come in. The opening door reveals the art teacher who steps in with his jacket swirling around him as though a gust of wind. He glances at Muto, who glances back at him. A frown spreads simultaneously on both their faces as the men measure each other with their gaze. Excuse me, could I borrow Mr. Naki for a moment? Excuse me, Mr. Naki. Mr. Namaya, but we are in the middle of an exam here. A chilly atmosphere suddenly spreads in the middle of the summer afternoon as the two men just stare at each other. This is urgent. It seems that Naki has already finished. Both men turn to look at me, staring at me like a pair of basculus trying to petrify a tasty snack. Fuck him up? Yeah, I do not like the art teacher. I think the art teacher is actually just a dickhead. I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. I think people that are overly cheerful like that, and like, who are always so enthusiastic, are some of the worst people deep down. Some of the people who are, like, absolutely the scummiest. And I felt that, like, day one with Namaya. It's true that I've been idle for a good while now, so Namaya is right, but... Naki, would you like to check your answers one more time? Muto speaks with an odd intonation, weighing certain words as if trying to send a message. The pressure from their stares makes me rapidly shake my head, which is apparently interpreted as an answer of some sort. Very well, Naki. Go with Mr. Namaya, if you please. Take your bag with you and bring your test papers to my desk. You have a nice vacation. You too, teacher. The entire world, well, at least the classroom, seems to hold its breath just for me, putting the exam on hold until I stand up, collect my stuff, and walk to the door. I can feel the stares at the back of my neck. My classmates probably think I'm in for some detention or something. On the last day of school before my summer vacation. I don't know what the teacher wants from me, but I can guess it's probably not detention. And also that it probably has something to do with Rin again. Namaya doesn't take me anywhere, contenting himself with the hallway as if completely abandoned. Do you know where Tezuka is? So, she is trying to avoid the teacher. Par for the course, probably. I wonder if she realizes that she can't avoid dealing with this indefinitely. I have no idea. You have probably asked her in her homeroom next door. Of course I have. I have searched every nook and cranny of this blasted school and the girls' dorm. You are the last person to see her since yesterday, and you are her friend. Work with me here. Aren't you worried? I am, but I don't know what I could do. Rin did something incomprehensible yesterday, even for her. She seemed really confused. Maybe she just wants some time to think then. I get the feeling that she had second thoughts about that expedition. Or something, she really didn't explain what it was. What second thoughts? I don't know, just got the feeling. I'm being a little dishonest with the teacher, but this is not something I should be meddling with. He came to me, yes? Why? Maybe he thinks I'm some kind of confidant of Rin's, but I don't think I can help with this matter. The teacher huffs and scratches his head in confusion. What's up with that girl? This is so unlike her. She's always been so goal-driven. Goal-driven? Those don't really strike me as words to describe Rin. To me, she's always felt obsessive at best. I don't mean to be rude, but wasn't it you who pushed Rin to that direction in the first place? Her goal is my goal. That is a mentor's job. I guess so. I just don't know if painting can make her happy. That's pretty preposterous of you to say, Nikki. He suddenly sounds pretty irate. Did I say something stupid? You don't understand, do you? It is not a question of happiness. For every gain, there is a sacrifice to be made. There is no free lunch. But could I? Would I let that girl waste away her talent if she has a moment of doubt? Never. Painting is work just like any other. Tezuka might make it look like child's play to you, but she works hard every day to make her art. To become extraordinary, one has to make extraordinary effort. The more the teacher talks, the more I feel that Rin doesn't think like that, even though I have no idea how she thinks. I can very well understand why she would sacrifice her summer vacation and make up for the lost classes and exams to get a chance at showing her art. This is a path she has taken, and to go all the way, that's not easy. I know she is young, and things are hard for her just like all the other kids here in the school, but that's no excuse. He finished. But, do you have anything like what art is to Tezuka? No. That's right. I have only vague ideas of the future. No goals to shoot for, no dream to blindly reach for. I joined the art club in search of something I could be interested in, to get inspired by. Did I find something like that? All I found in the end was Rin. No, I don't have a passion like that. Then you can't understand. His flat statement allows no counter-argument. But she might not understand even herself. Still, I carry on arguing, out of spite if for nothing else. How could she not? She's been at it so hard for the past few weeks that she put off even coming to school, not to say anything about attending class. Don't be ridiculous. I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but as I have no rebuttal, Namaya seems to consider this his win. At any rate, the opening was quite successful despite Tezuka hardly showing up. Many people were interested in her work, and one piece was even sold for a reasonable price. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Yes, it's fantastic news. I hope that Tezuka would come to her senses when she heard about this, but... He sighs and takes off his glasses. Dude, just fuck this guy up. Actually, I hate this dickhead. Cleaning them against his jacket before putting them on his nose again. At any rate, I should be going. There is this mess to be settled with Sai and everyone. If you see Tezuka, please ask her to come see me. Otherwise, have a nice vacation. Thanks. After he disappeared around the corner, I pondered where Rin could be. Probably the forest. It feels like she has not one, but at least half a dozen of these secret places. I balance between the desire to solve this tangle to drop it for good. The disused classroom is just a few feet away. What do I do? As I push open the door, only the shadows greet me from inside. Hey there. She's standing in the middle of the sunlit room, peering through the gaps of the curtains out in the yard. Like so often before, she doesn't start or jump, just calmly waits for me to make the first move. It's as if she's trying to become a permanent part of the furniture. The teacher is looking for you. A blank look over her shoulder is all I get, accompanied by a cryptic non-expression on her face. Are you looking for me too? No, I already found you, didn't I? Did you? She furrows her brow, looking so puzzled that it makes me wonder if the question was asked in all seriousness. Maybe it was. Are you talking metaphorically now? Do you mean like eels, caves, and dark, stormy nights? I am bad at talking like that. The abruptly ended greetings give me the chance to close the door behind me and sit down on the dust-covered desktop. Rin stands still, but at least she turns around. I soon wish she didn't though, so oppressive is her expectant stare. This is her place and I'm an intruder, although a tolerated one. Despite that, she still waits for me to say something. If only I knew what. The silence presses forward. I'm gonna save just in case there's another option here. I came here without really thinking what I would do, apart from delivering Namaya's short message in case Rin was here. She was, and now I don't know what else I want to say. What else should I say? I hover between my two options for a moment. Rin being troubled troubles me too. It's a surprising revelation, almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled was. Nothing I do would probably help, and I might be partially to blame. Does it mean I should just wash my hands of her? Didn't think so. So what's wrong? Nothing. She starts to turn away, as if trying to physically exit a conversation she doesn't want to have. Rin, stop trying to dodge me or I'll leave. Okay. Do you want me to leave? Are you still angry? It took us, or was it me, 10 seconds to swamp the conversation into this. I wish we could erase the past, or, failing that, forget about all of this. I've wished for that more than once in my last few months. Let's put that aside for the time being, alright? If you say so. I do. So what's wrong? Saya and Nomaya were not too happy that you just ran off yesterday. You left them in quite a pinch, and I suppose the teacher wants some kind of an explanation. It seemed like you just threw out everything you had worked for, and I don't get why. Did I make a mistake? My reprimanding and her flat answer go so much against the usual expectance and presumed interactions that it might just as well be someone else talking. Neither of us is like we used to be. This stiff, constricting feeling I get every time I look at Rin nowadays seems to be mirrored by her own behavior. I hate things that go irreparably wrong. Ever since February, I have hated them. What can I say? Her question is trailed by compelling, quizzical stares that makes me sigh and frown. Conversation nobody wants to have are the worst. I don't know. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it was probably pretty stupid. She responds with a sigh of her own, although hers is not nearly as heavy as mine was. I just couldn't do it. But why? What's wrong? A pause, a furrowed brow, a quiet voice. Let it be, Hisao. I don't think I can really explain it in a way that would make sense. Yeah, Rin doesn't want to have this conversation either. That may be for the better. But how rare of her to admit that even she has some kind of limits. I always thought Rin was all but ignorant of her tendency to get distracted so much that she inadvertently ossificates everything she says. You never explain anything in any way that would make sense. No one else has ever asked me to. I guess that's how it is. But I've always wanted to make sense of you, to find out who you are. I still want to, can't you see? I know you can't, but I do. Is that why I keep this up? It pains you as much as it pains me. It's unlikely to be of any use to either. We did things and said things that can't be undone. It's as if you and me being close to each other just hurts us both, but we still deliberately keep going. Isn't that silly? Even now, I can see how you force yourself to respond even though you owe me nothing. Obfuscates? Obfuscates. Muddles or makes unreadable. Yeah, I know I'm probably pronouncing like a lot of these words wrong. In a way, it does feel kind of nice though to learn a lot of these new words and to play a game like this as someone who used to have a lot of speech problems growing up. I mean, I know I'm not really gonna get over my fear of speaking or I guess with streaming it's one thing because I'm not looking at people looking at me. But yeah, I think that's kind of the reason why I stopped doing the webcam and switched to the VTubing was because the camera was putting a lot of pressure on me to do things. And I feel like I was actually fumbling and stuttering more when I had the webcam up because I feel like my reading level or my speech overall has actually improved since switching over to just doing the VTubing. It's like that webcam was adding a second. It was like that webcam was adding another window for people to look through at me, and it just kind of made me feel uncomfortable. That I think VTubing is just kind of interesting. It's something that I wanted to try for a while, that I really didn't get around to until recently. Oh, excuse me. Even if it's hard to talk about things like this, why? Why is that? Why is it that you paint? Because I don't know what else I could do. It's like this feeling that there is no choice, that it's the only possibility. Like when there are only watermelon-flavored popsicles left in a store, but you need to eat a popsicle. Her poor metaphor aside, she doesn't really answer anything. If possible, this makes even less sense than not knowing. But if you don't want to paint... Not like that. You had to come to the school even though you probably didn't want to have a heart attack. She pauses, frowning as if something in what she said didn't please her. At least I think you wouldn't. Her careful follow-up is followed in turn by another shorter pause with another smaller frown. Would you like to have a heart attack? No, I wouldn't, and I didn't want to. But you're doing fine, aren't you? Or are you still sad about it? Rin's question makes me realize that I haven't really thought about my illness for weeks. Aside from chugging down my medication every day, there has been no need to concern myself with my broken heart, which I'm only thankful for, really. Getting to know new people, a new school, a new town, a new life, it all has caught me and made the past fade away. No. Huh. I guess even I can't dwell on the past indefinitely. See, even watermelon doesn't really taste bad if you have to eat it. Her half-nonsensical closure seems to put an end to the subject in Rin's mind, so I just nod in an uncertain confirmation. There are two kinds of silences, awkward ones that you want to break and comfortable ones that you don't mind. The first kind is bad, because it makes your thoughts go awry, like mine do now. Looking at Rin makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel like this. Looking at Rin makes me feel exhausted. I really tried my best. She tried too. I have no idea. But we ended up like this, and she ended up screwing her expedition opening. It feels like we're at a dead end. There is no direction to continue. I reached out for her yesterday, thinking it would be the last time. She walked away. I want to be me. What the heck does that even mean? Rin, if anyone, is most definitely herself. I feel kind of relieved that I am not the one to blame, but this still grates on my mind. Why did she run away? It doesn't make sense yesterday. It doesn't make sense today. The things she said feel like they should make sense, but they don't. You know, about that thing you just said yesterday? Or about the thing you just said. I don't know why I added the yesterday. There was no yesterday there. Which one of them? Painting. Sai said something like that to me before. That a true artist does not paint because she wants to, but because she must. And I've been wondering about what she said. What do artists have to paint? My question is probably pretty stupid. At least Rin looks at me in a blank way that seems to say so. I don't know. Am I an artist? Well, you paint stuff and you have an expedition too. I'd say you qualify. I think I still don't know, but okay. The thinking pause that follows seems to last half an eternity. Unlike most people, Rin doesn't favor her thinking pauses by body language or saying like or anything. I've noticed that I might prefer her way. The usual way even annoys me, as if people were so infatuated by the sound of their own voice. They just have to keep making some noise, even when they were just thinking what they need to say next. Rin just comes to a full stop while she thinks. It's disconcerting, because reacting to people spacing out is always hard. But she comes off as less obnoxious. I think I want someone to see what's inside me, not the way doctors and serial killers do. The way that doesn't make me feel lonely. This is what you call metaphorical, you see. Please don't lecture me about self-evident things. It's not self-evident, this is self-evident. So you present a painting to someone and expect him to magically see a glimpse of your soul. It's not like that. It's just a little like that, but not really. Don't you understand? I do and I don't. You know, I feel a little bit of despair every time you ask me that question. What question? About whether I understand you or not. She seems almost surprised by my clarification. Oh, it's not really a question. It's one of those kind of, you don't have to answer. Rhetorical. Yeah, that's the word. A question that is not a question. It is a rhetorical question. How nice. That reminds me. It doesn't really make sense. What kind of question is one that isn't a question? A rhetorical one. What kind of an answer is an answer that doesn't answer anything? Is it a rhetorical question? You are not funny. But if you don't like it, why would you like me to say something else instead? I don't have any good ones, though. How about your pants are on fire? This can be your secret language. Rin's honest-to-goodness silliness, made twice more ridiculous by the fact that I know she is dead serious, derails me like it always does. It's like some kind of safety lock to prevent me from becoming too much of a worrywart, dragging even my own thoughts off guard where they should be. It makes me smile confusedly, but only on the inside. Even though the corners of my mouth are not drawing into a grin, I'm still impressed by her ease of wrecking any attempt at being too serious. Should she will so, forget and ignore things that bug her. That's things that bother her. Could she be free of whatever burden being her means? Yeah, I wasn't gonna read that again. It was like a tongue twister for me, I don't know why. Or am I really the only one feeling burdened by this? No thanks. But still, the times when I feel that I am on the same page as you are pretty rare. It feels like there's a huge gap, and sometimes you just go to the other side, and I don't have any way to reach you from where I am. It's like you're in some completely different place at times, even though you're right here. That's right. There is an insurmountable discontinuancy, an imaginary glass wall that blocks comprehension from happening. There might be such a gap between any two people, but with Rin it feels more tangible. Rin does not react to my thoughts, not the ones I uttered aloud, nor the ones I did not. It's even worse with art. I'm not very good at art, I admit it. I joined the art club because I thought it could be interesting. And I guess it is. I like art. I like your art too. But just like with you, I can't comprehend it. And I'm pretty sure no one really can. This seems to worry her slightly. Do you think so? Yeah, I guess that art is meant to be interpreted, not understood. That's how I'd put it. That's a sad thought. I guess it might feel like one. Does it make you feel sad for yourself? Rin thinks about this for a while, and then shakes her head, surprisingly vehemently. The first thing she focuses her eyes on is me. Both of these things make me glad and relieved. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you should go see your teacher and apologize properly. I think he's worried about you. Can you do that? This time she nods her head. Only, it's not as, vehement? Yeah. Sure, close enough. The hallway is empty, almost intimidating. Namaya's office is the art class at the other end of the third floor hall. Our steps echo disturbingly. The atmosphere is unlike on a normal afternoon. It feels like the school knows that no one will be coming back for a month. And the door is open, but not very inviting. I'll wait outside. Nodding barely noticeably, Rin strides in without stopping and naturally without knocking. Maybe that's why it takes a few seconds before I hear the teacher's voice from inside. There you are. Hello. A conflict arises. Should I stay here or go somewhere else? I'm not sure if I even want to eavesdrop on them. Manners lose to curiosities, and so I stay close enough to listen in. Their voices echo in the hallway, but no matter. There is no one around save for me. Dear girl, what on earth were you thinking, leaving like that on a big night? I couldn't say anything. Compared to Nomaya's scolding tone, Rin sounds awfully quiet and withdrawn. Her words seem to drown under his. I have to say, I'm very disappointed in you, Tezuka. It was no good at all. Never mind all the things I did for you, but what about Sai? What about all the guests who wanted to meet you? There was nobody, even Hisao. You have embarrassed us very badly, Tezuka. Reputation is what counts, surely you know that. It's alright, I don't need it. Don't need? What do you think you know? Rin's reply only seems to aggravate the teacher even more, his voice rising with every sentence. The path of an artist is a thorny one. I'll tell you that, thorny. You have to see the big picture. There will be bad times and good times. Things are like they are. It'll be alright, even. You might not think that it's oh so wonderful and easy, but how far would you have gotten without me? I won't always be there for you. When you lie on the floor of your minuscule room, your rent 3 weeks late, your mind blanked for the 4th week straight, then you will wish that you had listened to old Namaya a bit more. When you keep measuring how the shadow of your chair becomes longer over the spring because that's all your lethargy allows, maybe that's when you start caring about your career. That doesn't matter. Your resolve is not enough. I am not a resolved person. You're not a resolved person. Then tell me why. Why? Why did we go through all of this trouble if it amounts to mosquitoes shit? Oh dear, the teacher blew a fuse. Him yelling at Rin makes me feel bystander's guilt. If I had gone with her, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If I had not let her run away, he wouldn't have gotten angry in the first place. I still could go save her. I don't think I can. I was the same. I yelled at Rin too, and I'm feeling all the more embarrassed about it now. I felt justified to vent my anger at her face just because I felt it was her fault that I was so frustrated. I was no more justified than the teacher is. A terrible silence sets upon the hallway. Rin does not have anything to say to Namaya. Whether she has run out of answers or she knows that arguing would only make him angrier is anyone's guess. The teacher has nothing more to say either, it seems, or maybe he just ran out of breath. For a moment, I imagine the two of them just staring at each other, one filled with red-hot anger and the other full of... Yes, what? I can't tell how Rin feels, not before, not now. Teacher seems to expect Rin to say something too, but she doesn't. He finally continues in a quieter but not less angry voice. What worth is there in doing so much work if the outcome is nothing? Still, Rin did not say anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten so excited. He does not sound sorry at all. Rather, his tone is cold and sharp, like he was spitting the words out of his mouth. It seems that I was expecting too much. You are not an artist after all. Yeah, not sorry at all. He storms out of the clubroom and down the stairs without noticing me. After he is gone, I peek carefully inside the classroom. Rin is standing there, in front of the teacher's desk. I couldn't say I'm sorry. She says it in the humid air of the classroom, not to me. But since the room won't answer her, I will have to. That was unfair of him. He was angry, but still. I can't decide how to end my sentence. Disdaining the teacher feels like disdaining my own behavior from 2 days ago. Stupid, but correct in hindsight. Rin won't answer, staying petrified where she stands, so I walk up to her. She stood up for herself, in a way I didn't expect that. I can't determine whether it's unbecoming or not, but either way she did it. Against me, she never did. I sort of wish she had. Maybe I would not have felt this bad then. Lately it seems that I've been wishing for all kind of things. Rin? Go away. Why? What are you saying? You're angry with me too, right? I thought you were my friend. I thought he was too. Her voice isn't like I've ever heard it. It's bitter, sharp like needles, and she keeps staring pointedly at her toes. I don't think it's about that. He wanted you to be something you are not, and... I take a deep breath and finally catch her eyes on my own, locking our gaze. I'm sorry. I wanted us to be something else too. More than friends. Maybe that's why I couldn't contain myself and became so frustrated, just like the teacher did. What more? There is nothing more to me than me. That's all I am. I don't understand that. Well, the answer should be obvious, right? I remember myself, thinking of the purpose of friendship. To put up with everything and anything, to be there for your friend. Did I fail as a friend, thinking it could be a stepping stone or something else? Maybe because of those thoughts, I didn't manage to put up with the things to keep it together. As outrageous as Rin is and was, I shouldn't have let myself get caught into that, especially when I started feeling the way I did towards her. So, did I fail? That's what her eyes seemed to ask. I'm sorry, Rin. I might not be able to be your friend. I don't think I could ever be a good friend to you. I say these things because they are true, not because one of us would like to hear them. But they are something that must be said. The finality of my words creates a shaking silence. For what could either of us add to that? Why? Why does all this happen? People are doing things I don't ask for and don't want, and everyone keeps getting angry at me. I have no idea what is going on anymore and can't stop feeling like I want to run away from everything. She shuts her eyes tightly and breathes out deeply and calmly. When the eyelids open, all I can see is green desperation. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Her frenetic outburst stupefies me for a moment, and for a heartbeat, we just gaze into each other's faces. Seeing her confused eyes desperately looking for an answer from mine only makes me sad because I know I have none. I don't know either. But you know, you yourself said that things are not right nor wrong. They just are. You either accept them, work to change them, or give up. It's not that I hate you, or that teacher Namaya does. I just think that I am the kind of person who gives up when he feels he can't go on. And even if you hate it, this is how things are. I'm saying pretty cruel things, but I can't stop myself. The words keep rolling off my tongue with slow, hard certainty. I can see them hitting Rin almost like physical blows. As the wetness gathers in the corner of her eyes, they are still wide with the shock of rejection. As the tears start rolling down her pale cheeks, she does nothing to stop them. As they fall down on the floor, one by one, she stands still, staring at me with a gaze full of hollow and disbelief. But reality catches up. Rin slumps forward as if she was deflating, and buries her face as deep in my shirt as she can. Rin is heavy and feather light when I support her weight. She doesn't really sob or bawl, she just leans against me, letting her tears burn through my shirt into the skin underneath. Fuck, I don't think I got this scene. Ouch. I think this might be the neutral scene. I'm really hoping it's not, but damn. I really hope I didn't blunder this twice. And I let her, bringing my hand around her shoulder in a clumsy hug that does no good to comfort her. I can feel Rin's vertebrae against my fingertips, like hard and jagged reminders of how messed up things are. Her slim shoulders quivering against my palm is a pitiful sight, and the hopelessness of being part of the cause for Rin's sadness keeps shredding my heart. To make a girl cry is the most despicable thing to do. Even Rin, especially Rin. Behind that veil of aloofness, Rin is just a human being too. Just as confused, scared, and lost as any of us is. Most of the time it seems that there is no rhyme or reason for what Rin does and says, but for once, I think I really understand how she feels. But no words can express it, and no words can make it better. So wordless, we stay, quietly waiting for her tears to run out. Time passes agonizingly slowly. Even the lazy specks of dust floating in the air seems to have paused to a standstill. The obligatory wall clock is ticking distractingly from above the door. I decide against counting the seconds because it would just make them feel longer. Eventually, Rin stirs a little and, still smothering herself against my chest, mothers into my shirt. Let me be here for a while. Please, Hisao. Just give me a little while. A soothing deluge spreads into my conscious, the knowledge that while being here for Rin is all I can do for her, that's all she wants right now, even after all we've gone through. Sure. So she stays there. But I still can't bring myself to draw her closer, so I could embrace her properly. It's because doing it would just make me so sad that I don't know if I could bear it. The realization that we might never really be able to become what we want to be for the other crystallizes into our minds as a diamond-hard enlightenment. A pang surges through my heart like an electric shock. It's painful. This clarity hurts. What can be for each other? What meaning is there for us desperately clinging to each other, even though it seems futile? What should I say to Rin? How can I make her feel better? I don't know any of those things, and I fear knowing them would only hurt her more. Forcefully, I push all that out of my mind because I don't want to be thinking of hurtful truths. My thoughts calm down soon enough. The sadness disperses until all that is left is me and Rin, and the tender feeling of her warmth and the softness against my chest. When did I fall in love with her? I can't remember, but I'm certain it was way before the warm touch of her lips on my own. On that orange-colored afternoon when she was sick and cold, and I went to see her because of unclear reasons. Wait, no, I do remember the scene. Is this a good or a bad scene? Because I'm really, like, upset that if I got the wrong scene that I wanted twice, I'm gonna be, like, so sad, actually. Her carefree attitude, the air of otherness around her, all the things that makes Rin herself. Those things captured me with irresistible force. The way she could take in anything and everything, given it only the value she herself placed, weighing all things fairly. And without prejudice, seeing the world as she wanted. This is something I could never do. And Rin was probably more of a muse to me than anything ever was to her. She seemed so free to me, truly a free spirit, while I constantly worried about everything. Seemed so inhibited that it was almost embarrassing. Maybe that's why I latched so tightly onto Rin, trying to get inside her world that was some different from my own bleak life. But I noticed it. The irresistible force had pulled me dangerously close to her, but it turned out to be way too alien for me. And I had forgotten Newton, of all things. The gravitational force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the object. So if two people feel something for each other, even though feelings are not governed by the constant of the universe, I can't help thinking that for some time now, I've been a satellite to Rin's brightly shining planet. Planet Rin. The thought makes me almost laugh. She really does seem to seem to be from another planet at times, minus green skin and possibly some tentacles. Perhaps because of my stifled laughter, Rin pulls away and I let her go, feeling the cold when her warmth goes away, and slight embarrassment from letting my thoughts run wild like that. I credit that as Rin being a bad influence on me, while being glad at the same time that she can't read my thoughts for real. Rin's bitter tears have dried up, and she looks a little more like herself again. The lost look in her eyes is still there, though. Her gaze wanders restlessly before stopping on me. What happened just now? Can you tell me? What? What do you mean? I cried. She says that hesitantly, as if not believing it herself. Yes. She kept staring at me as if pleading for guidance, so that she wouldn't have to feel so lost. Why? You were sad. Is that what you want me to say? But isn't that obvious? I don't know. It feels weird to cry. What? I don't believe it. I mean, everyone does that. It's normal. I bite my tongue before finishing my argument about normality. Norms do not apply to the person I'm talking to. It's always felt so wrong, different from what is in me. Like I couldn't really tell what I felt. So I started thinking that maybe I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe it's me who is wrong. I thought those kind of things. I thought that painting was enough because I felt that I did at least that right. That all that is inside me could become a picture if I really tried hard. And it could. But it doesn't feel like it's enough anymore, because if no one else can see that, I will still be alone. Was it wrong to try? Everyone got really angry at me for that. I've rarely heard Rin say this much at once before. Once she finishes, she simply shuts up, looking so neutral that it's hard to believe she just said what she said. I don't know what to think. Rin was desperate for someone to look at her paintings and somehow see right through them into her soul, to understand her feelings, because she felt she could not express them in any other way. How can one say whether this is right or wrong? Could it be that all this time she's been trying to reach out to me like I've tried to reach out to her? I sit down on the desk to think, to let my legs rest, that kept us both standing for a long while. You know, when I read a good book, or look at a starry sky or whatever, sometimes I too feel something. Profound, like, shoot, I don't know how to describe it. But the instant I try to put it into words, I feel that I lose something. It doesn't feel as real, as true as it did inside my head. It feels a bit phony. Damn, even what I just said felt phony. I offer a smile that is meant to be between funny and self-deprecating, but Rin doesn't react. Anyway, it might be that nobody can ever express their true feelings so that others can understand. Reality has no chance of living up to what someone has inside their head. Nothing can match that. Not your paintings, except for maybe you. But I suppose you can't keep everything inside. You'd explode for real then. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's wrong to express your feelings, even if you use painting as your conduit. You just can't expect people to understand you any better than they would if you did it any other way. In fact, you can't expect people to understand you at all. It's because everything is so subjective. You see the world the way you do, but it's different from everyone else. But isn't that terrible? I guess it is, in a way. She frowns, looking probably as stricken as she can, which is not much, but it's enough for me to understand that Rin is not particularly happy. I think it might make me sad after all. Yeah, I know. I wish I could do something to help it. I don't think I sound bitter, even though I am, a little. This is my problem. I cannot be what Rin wants for her. And for the same reason, she can't be the same for me either. She makes a difficult face, carefully trying to pick up the words she wants to say. So Rin has time when it's hard to say anything too. It can't be helped, I think. But if you say that, it makes me feel a little better. It's funny how seemingly irrelevant things are the most significant ones at times like this. Or it's funny how some seemingly irrelevant things... There we go. I missed a word there. Like how Rin's voice is very, very small, barely audible when she says that. And how even her short bangs cover her eyes when she looks downwards. And how they can't cover the deep red color rising on her cheeks, and all the way to the tips of her ears. They turn into a very interesting shade of red. A deafening silence follows. It's very awkward, as if I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen, even if it wasn't on purpose. I don't know what to say to that, but I keep feeling like I should. She doesn't either. Still, it feels like there is no momentum to lose even if we keep silent. Like we have some weird wordless connection that would hold even so. Rin keeps shifting her weight from one foot to the other restlessly, looking everywhere around the room except at me. She is the one who finally breaks the spell. Can we go? I don't want to stay here. Oh yeah, of course. Where? My reply is covering my nervousness as badly as her question is covering hers. You can go wherever you like. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept for a few weeks. It feels like there is a flock of light blue butterflies inside my head. It makes it hard to think properly. The kind that you think is too blue to really exist, like Emmy's panties this morning. She shakes her head, and I almost expect a couple of ultramarine colored morphos to pop out of her ears. A small smile tugs upwards the corner of her mouth. That reminds me, the blue, not the panties. The word for a flock of butterflies is a swarm. I looked it up. That makes my eyebrows raise in a questioning arc. I remember that. Why don't you use it then? I like the other word better. Why'd look it up in the first place then? Then you shouldn't use it, right? She nods and falls silent, her gaze escaping mine to the side, attracted by the dark orange sunlight refracting through the windows. We stay like this for a while, me silently looking at her, silently looking out the window. Hey, you alright now? She glances at me out of the corner of her eye, looking wistful again. The sunlight reflection doesn't betray any more of her inner feelings. I'll need to think about that. I want to continue this conversation, grasping at those straws that she finally revealed to even exist. But Rin is looking out the window so absentmindedly that I know she won't be responsive in any way that would make sense. It's like some kind of defense mechanism of hers, to avoid being sensible. Her mind is like a butterfly in itself, always fluttering somewhere away whenever it's stirred. Just when I thought I could see behind her veil, she jumps out of my reach again. Maybe that's just how Rin is. Maybe that's something I should just accept, just get some peace of mind. Okay, I'll walk you back to the dorms then. Thanks. Really. The empty hallways of the school, devoid of the students, feel very lonely. Less than 1 hour after the summer vacation began, the school building seems to be deserted, and all that intrudes on the stillness of the hallways are our footsteps. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without the students and teachers. It says, oh, we've heard this before too. I think I have to change. She says out of the blue, while wait, yeah, this is verbatim like what she said before, right? I feel like this is a replaying scene that we've already seen. She says it out of the blue while we walk down the staircase from the 3rd floor, still managing to look like she is mirroring what I was thinking just before. That's what people do sometimes. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there would be much to talk about. And even those words drown in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as they were never said. Yeah, this soundtrack does go kind of hard. I will say that's the one cool thing about the Steam version, is like you can actually download the soundtrack. I'm gonna switch scenes. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So I will be like right back. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. I need to grab a drink and change into some comfier clothes. Alright, kitty, I need you to move. I have like a cat bed for you right here, and you're choosing to lay right on my fucking mouse pad. So, I think I'm kind of in acceptance that I'm probably not going to get the good ending for Rin. As much as I want to, I don't think it's going to happen. Just the way that the conversation and everything feels, this definitely feels like I'm aimed more towards like a neutral ending. The first day of summer vacation is a disappointment. I woke up, water came down from the leaden sky in biblical proportions. I was optimistic at the time. A quick summer shower, I thought. Torrents of rain for a few minutes, then it's gone. Alright, kitty, you need to get down. No such luck. Rainwater is relentlessly pouring down from the blue-gray sky outside, streaming down the glass of my window, in small brooks and rivers, and gathering together to form miniature ponds in the walkways. Just like it has done for the past 2.5 hours. So I've been half-assedly cleaning my room between half-assedly reading a book, packing my stuff on the side when I get bored of the first two. The weather drags my spirits pretty down too, making it harder to do anything properly. Something bumping quite loudly against my door rouses me from apathy. I hope it's not Kenji in his crazy indoor bowling alley. I hear no more sounds from the corridor until I walk to open the door. Rin. I wish seeing her would evoke some more emotion in me. But, for one, I'm too surprised that she even came to see me, and for two, she's looking soaking wet. Her uniform shirt is drenched, and she is standing in a self-created puddle. Droplets of rainwater are dripping from her short bangs and sliding down her nose, until they fall down their tips. One by one. Hi. How are you feeling? Medium normal. The relative questionability of her statement aside, she sure doesn't look too good. You're all wet. It's because I came from outside. Don't you know it? Why'd you go outside? It's raining buckets out there, if you haven't noticed. I haven't. It's raining pretty hard, though. I was on a walk. Is that what you call wallowing in self-pity? Do you think I'm pitiful? No, I implied that you think you are. I'm not, and the rain is not a sad thing. Don't you ever walk in the rain? I do, but only with the proper equipment like an umbrella. You just need to imagine you have a blue umbrella with white stripes. It might be tough when the rain is falling on my head. Just imagine harder. Yeah, she's definitely back to normal. Those half-sarcastic, inconsiderate remarks that really push my buttons, even though she doesn't mean it. That vacant, spaced-out stare that always expects more than it gives. It's so very much like her. I may need to come in. I need some help with this water and clothes I'm wearing. My brain quickly solves this equation, and I stumble with my words. A stark display of contrast against Rin's easygoing self-invitation. But, Emmy. Rin shakes her head, causing the water to sprinkle everywhere. She left. Besides, she would just worry and fuss until she could not worry or fuss anymore, which always takes me a troublesomely long time. It's in fact longer than I want to hear her fussing, and I thought you probably are not the fussing kind. She sits down on the desk with a squishy sound. Her soaked clothes are making the desk and everything on it wet, but she doesn't care. Okay, fine. I'll help you out. I have a towel somewhere. Do you want dry clothes? Is a uniform fine? I'm taller than you, but... Everything is fine. With a little searching, I find a fresh uniform and a fluffy towel from the depths of my closet. The towel in one hand and the uniform in the other. I turn to face Rin again, uncertain of the next step. There is something wrong with me. A normal guy would. Stop worrying about it. It is not a problem. She probably could see right through my hesitant demeanor. As if I was completely transparent to her. I push my anxiety away and concentrate on the 8 buttons lined of her shirt, just like mine has. Oh, we got another scene. Present. Alright, so we did get another scene. Alright, well, now I'm gonna have to... Oh, I probably shouldn't, Yeah, I probably shouldn't have my screen open for this, just in case there's something on the tab when I look it up. I never should have closed this window. I should have just kept it open. Without breathing, without a sound. In Act 4... Yep. Alright. Alright, stop worrying. It's no problem. She probably could see right through my hesitant demeanor, as if I was completely transparent to her. I push my anxiety away and concentrate on the 8 buttons lined on her shirt, just like mine has. Only the first button is an obstacle, and after getting it over, I undo the others with slightly less shaking hands. Throwing the soaked shirt aside, I reveal Rin's pale upper body, shrouded only in her light blue bra, which instantly reminds me of her saying it's her favorite color. I try not to think too much about this stuff, but it's hard not to look at her body with what I can only think of as a mixed feeling. I don't know what to think of this, so I just watch her. Rin looks brittle. She's like a shell, a fragile thing just barely holding together. Her ribs, each of them visible under her pale skin, are moving up and down in rhythm with her breaths. Rin always struck me as quite thin, but I realize now that the manic creative period before the exposition might have caused her to lose weight. Did she eat properly or enough? Did she not? And probably not? Or definitely not and probably not. This ugly, yet beautiful bare minimum of a human body that belongs to someone I care about is a contradiction of aesthetics in itself. Oddly becoming of her. My eyes follow her collarbone to her shoulders and down to her arms, until the abrupt end. No, it's less than the bare minimum. I think with a passing pang of sadness and some guilt for thinking like that. Her arms, degenerated into almost nothing but bone and skin due to lack of use, look very short, now that the long sleeves of her uniform are not covering them. My lack of any negative reaction makes me think that I've actually grown pretty accustomed of the various physical abnormalities of the schoolmates. I always wondered why Rin kept her shirt sleeves long, only tying them in a simple knot at where the elbow should be. It seems a bit impractical, but then again, she is not exactly the pinnacle of practicality. Maybe she likes it. Maybe it is somehow important to her. Maybe there is no deeper meaning to it. I feel like asking, and almost do, but Rin's miserable state requires a higher priority of my attention. She stopped talking too, after we ran out of spiky greetings. I guess there's no need for chit-chat then. I picked up the towel from the bed and wrapped it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into the fabric. Oh, so this one does have pictures this time, because there's a couple of ones that they left out. The pictures don't show anything, like, not safe for work. There's no NSW stuff on here, from what I see. It's just the words themselves. Which begs the question even more. Like, if there's nothing actually, like, sexual about the photos in here, and it's just, like, the words, I still don't get why they would need to censor it for Steam. Unless there is, like, NSW pictures, like, on the website version of it. I have no clue. She peeks from below the towel at me, looking up with impassive eyes. It looks like she wants to say something without saying it. It's kind of a look, but I can't read what she's thinking about from her face, so I just keep on fussing with the towel around her shoulders and hair. The silence is oppressive, terrifying. Communication between us has suddenly been reduced to the moments of my hand in the towel, and Rin swaying her body to and fro. My jagged breathing and her quiet breaths trying to find a common rhythm that just is not there. I think I can hear her heartbeat, or maybe they are just mine redoubled. As I brush a rogue strand of hair aside from her ear, Rin suddenly presses her cheek against the back of my hand. The contact is electric, a jolt of current surging through me. Whether she seeks comfort, warmth, or just my touch, I wouldn't know. But I can't help touching her back, caressing her soft cheek with my hand, and with closed eyes, she kisses me, on the fingers, counting the joints with her lips. I am saddened beyond my expressive capability. Here we are, a boy and a girl, both in love or something like that with each other, or maybe not. And yet, something is broken. I can feel it in me and Rin, in the way our gazes merely brush against each other, shying away from contact, in her closed, timid posture, and in the way of touching her like a china doll, afraid of shattering her delicate form, and how we are closer than we have ever been. Yet, I'm not feeling happy. It's like yesterday. When did the tenderness and forlornness become one of the same word? Acts of affection start invoking only longing. How? Why did we end up like this? No, don't answer that. I'd like to say to myself, but fighting against the ominence of self-awareness is a lost cause. Still, I am here, and Rin is here, and it feels like she might be able to solve whatever puzzle she has. And if she can, why couldn't she? Why couldn't we? It feels like taking the step is too much, too difficult, too uncertain. So, for now, all I can do is dry her up so she won't get cold again. I pet her head, trying to sort out her hair that refuses to be sorted out even when wet. A pair of dark, glazed eyes follow my movements. Pants, too. She nods and answers, leans back and spreads her legs, with a grotesquely inviting gesture that makes the nasty feeling crawl up and down my spine like a bad premonition. It's not enough to sober me up, though, as the silence is starting to make me feel detached from myself. I move automatically, without thinking, even though I should. I should talk to her more about this, or at least do something about it. The silence is a spell, a pact that has us to this private world of a dull sound of rainfall, and the soft feel of her skin against my fingers. The button of her trouser is fastened tight, but it opens surprisingly easily, slipping off is hard, mostly because she's sitting on them. With no intention of standing up to make it easier, I kneel down uncomfortably and begin to spread her legs so I can quickly dry up her bare feet. Remembering that they are as important to her as hands, I work with the towel from her ankles. Rin brushes her thigh against my cheek and nudges the small of the back. Okay, well, I'm a little bit confused now. Rin brushes her thigh against my cheek and nudges the small of my back with her. Okay, maybe they forgot a word, but nudges his back to make him come closer. I looked to meet her silent stare that was waiting for me to look up, the unassuming, expectant stare to say that the ball is in my court. I fleetingly brush her hand against my inner thigh. The touch makes her gasp sharply. as if she's trying to hold back from breathing. What if I do this, then? The small kiss I placed on her thigh is enough to make Rin lose her composure, to shut her eyes, to squeal almost inaudibly. This is what you want, too? Would it be alright now, to take this step? What if... Maybe if hazy thoughts float somewhere in the back of my unfocused mind. Somehow, this whole situation is making it hard to think, as if my head was full of cotton fluff. But that's alright. It seems thinking is not something we need right now. I think there are a couple towards the end of the scene. They just aren't allowed to be hosted on fandom. The small of your back is the part below the shoulder blades, in the middle of the muscles. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, yeah, there is a picture down here where it's like the both of them standing naked together, but you know, either it's cropped or yeah, I don't really know what. I'll have to play the website version to see if there's any difference between the two of them, or if it is the same games just with the adult content being taken out. Because now I'm kind of curious. I'll probably do that off stream though. Definitely not going to play that on. By the grace of vastly smaller amounts of fabric, slipping off Rin's panties is considerably easier than her trousers. They disappear past my field of vision, sliding somewhere away down her legs. It seems I did a poor job with the towel, since Rin's legs are still wet from the rain. Well, whatever. Guided by instinct more than rationality, I move closer and taste a different kind of wetness. She responds to me, to the slow movements of my tongue on her skin, to my kisses on her flesh. Her muscles tense and relax in rhythm, as if what I'm doing was uncomfortable. To hear Rin trying not to make a sound when I suck on her is unreal. This whole morning has been so unreal, like the surreal intangibility of an awakening dream. I can't believe I'm doing this to her. Now. But I am going with the flow. Besides, the point of no return was 1,000 miles ago. I move around, try to do things to her, to find the places where her weaknesses lie, to tease her, to drive her mad with pleasure because I want to. I want to do this to her. But she doesn't squeal, she doesn't squirm. For maybe I can't make Rin any madder than she already is. Whatever I do, her ragged heavy breaths mixed with unintelligible moans is that of a lunatic, but I do not cause it. I only release that from her. She becomes more and more moist, and I drink it from her, feeling a heat growing inside myself. I try to reach her deepest places, to feel all of her I can this way. My every action is met with a different reaction, but all of those are out of pure lust. Rin is lost in desire, willing to let anything happen to her if I do it right now. She becomes closer and closer to the moment of release, but the way to that is still an uphill slope of madness. Still, she is going that way. The muscles don't relax anymore between the waves of ecstatic spasms. Rin just becomes tenser and tenser, contracting so much that it must be physically painful, but I do not let go. I keep going, and I know she wants it to. She desperately wants me to do this to her. A leg curls around my shoulder and draws me closer, so close that I think I'm going to choke. I keep going because it's the only possibility. As I push the buttons that drive into her gasping for breath, locking her legs into a cramp against my back, losing her mind in the sensation. At that precise moment, I seem to forget all that was meant to be, all that should be. All I know is that she came here, and I think there was a towel at some point, too. Yeah, freaking cat keeps pressing against my keyboard. No matter... she's just a little kitten, so, like, I can't blame her, but it's such a pain. I keep going because it's the only possibility. Shit, where was I? The kitty distracted me. All I know is that she came here, and I think with a towel at some point, too. None of it matters. All that matters is this, what we have now. Her orgasm surges through me, too, exciting me in a completely new way. It makes me feel anxious, nervous, bothered. As her body relaxes, I try to kiss her down there again, but it startles her, causes her to jump. No, Hisao, enough. Come here. I stand up to remove the last piece of clothing off that Rin has. She leans against me to catch her breath, tickling me with warm air exhaled into my shirt. Blindly, I reach behind her back to feel my way below her shoulder blades, to find the contraption that fastens her bra. It opens more easily than I thought, falling to the floor somewhere. Her bare skin against mine is a sensation so wonderful that I want to have more of it. And I do. Embracing her. Rin's hair smells of rain, and I realize that I'm not hearing the sounds of rainfall anymore. It's sobering things. The cushion that enveloped us into a reality of our own is now gone, and I realize more clearly what is happening. You know, this really is not what friends should be doing, I whisper once again, noticing how such a simple matter of talking can be overbearingly difficult at times. Will you stop being my friend? That wasn't what I meant, but her serious tone and the layers of connotation between them, Rin's question gives me pause. Nah. I think it might be alright, even if you did. I hug her and smile into her hair, understanding Rin's perfectly for once. You're wet. The remnants of the water on her skin have drained into my shirt. Somehow even her statements of the obvious make me glad right now. You're right, I am. But that's your fault. I want to see you. I comply, standing back to open the buttons of my shirt, much more quickly than when I undid Rin's buttons. A sudden sense of haste strikes me, spurring me to rush forward. Every second I'm not touching Rin is a second wasted. A chance lost. Cat, can you fuck off? Now you're just messing with the page that I'm trying to read. Ah, god fucking damn it. I don't know where I am now, because this goddamn cat. Dude, get down. You're such a cunt. Oh, god, what the fuck was I... Where was I now? God damn it. Oh, I found it. Never mind. Oh, you're an asshole, cat. I comply, standing back to open my buttons, blah blah blah. Every second I'm not touching Rin is a second wasted. A chance loss. My belt buckle proves an obstacle despite my ability to open it in an eye blink. Oh my god, you fucking asshole. She fucking did it again. She just refreshed the page and now I need to find out where it was. Alright, from the top again. My belt buckle proves an obstacle despite my ability to open it in an eye blink under normal circumstances. While I fumble with it, I don't notice Rin bringing her foot up between us until she starts tracing my chest with her toes. I look down to see what she's looking at. My heart? I reflectively flinch back, covering the scar tissue in the middle of my chest. The shallow mark that the surgery following my heart attack left on my body has healed already. But, well, it's not a particularly pretty sight, if not overly repulsive either. It's barely noticeable, but she does have an eye for detail. Is this why she said she wanted to see me? I had sort of forgotten about this because of the mess between me and Rin, and now all the unpleasant things connected to my condition resurface at once. Rushing through my mind like a flash flood, and oh god, all the stories about old guys getting heart attacks when having sex. What if? Hisao. Realizing that I might have spoiled the mood, I stumble to explain myself. Sorry, it's just that... Let me touch you. Her eyes are sultry, inviting as she sits there bare naked without an inkling of shame. I never thought Rin could look like that. Yeah, I know this is not how it should go. Even though Rin is right here, even though there should be no more questions, no obstacles, not this maddening feeling that something is constantly wrong, the same feeling that clutched my heart yesterday makes its appearance. We are together. In a way that is difficult to define. It eludes description as stubbornly as it evades change. Would a relationship like this be alright? Could we ever change to become closer? Even though we would stay together for all of eternity, we might never find our mutual understanding. But there is no such thing as eternity. This may mean that we will not be together forever, if not for our differences. Then the flow of time will pull us apart with irresistible force. Rin is a creature of the moment, of whim, of impulse. I am nothing of the sort. This is a fact that I can understand very clearly. If for no other reason, for this reason I should grasp this moment. Even if it's the only moment we will ever have. I should not let myself spoil it. Even if I can't escape myself, Rin can't either. I know it. We both have things we can't let go of. Things we cannot think. Feelings we can't feel. But she allows herself to want me without restraint, here and now. I'm sorry, you know. Hisao, you really have to stop worrying. Rin interrupts me before I get further, which is good, because I don't know what I could have said. Her voice, void of its usual spaceness, scolds me softly without an edge. You really have to learn to let go. She scans me calmly, almost calculatingly. I wonder what I look like through her eyes. Damn, they are so green it almost hurts. I always was so enchanted by her eyes, those mysterious, captivating eyes that were always too restless for their own good. But I was also very intimidated by them. Yeah, Rin is intimidating. On more than one level, and especially right now. She is frighteningly lucid. The goosebumps on her skin given away that she is cold, or scared too. Either way, I steel myself and step back to Rin, embracing her to feel her in my arms. Again, and to banish my doubt. The sight of her gentle, loving eyes seems to melt those doubts away like the last snows of winter. She presses her head against my shoulder, seeking a place to rest in herself. Leaning against me like I leaned against her. Let go. Yes. You should forget the stuff like the future and the past. It's not like you can change those kind of things. I wanted to say something to her, but I have lost my voice, so I just mumble something intelligent to her. You should just be with me now. Maybe she would understand what I wanted to say, even if I didn't. Come here. I am here. Come closer. My entire body is thinking only in positives now, so I do so. Hugging her more tightly. Closer. I press my lower body against hers. She teases a little. Just a little. Closer. Her final plea is more of like a prayer. There is only one way to be any closer than this. I reach down between us and guide myself, sinking myself into her. Every muscle in Rin's body stiffens at the same time. She doesn't say anything, or winces, so I push deeper, eventually moving out, and again. She moves with me. Our movements melt together into one continuous string of back and forth, in and out. All sensations become sharper, amplified tenfold. My brain gave up interpreting all the simulations ages ago. And now I am left with no choice but to feel all of this with my entire body. It's like that for Rin too. I know it. I can see it. I can feel it. She breathes sharply in and out, losing all composure and grace. Breathes warmly against my shoulder. Between those fragile breaths, she sometimes kisses me tenderly, gently, as if she is unsure how to do it properly. But there is no hesitation. Desperately clinging to me, drawing me closer so that I can feel all of her. She moves against me, around me, so that it's hard to say where I stop and where she begins. We take it slowly, excruciatingly slowly, as if we had all the time in the world, even though we only have this moment and nothing beyond that. That feeling is. Wait. I stop moving, slightly alarmed. Maybe it hurts, or... She looks at me in a way I can't really begin to interpret. Is this it? Huh? You said I don't have to be alone. Her eyes are full of innocence, fuzzy-headed confusion that makes me chuckle a little and pet the back of her head. Yeah, this is what I meant. That you have someone you can come to when you get soaked in the rain. It means you're not alone, if there is such a person for you. She answers with a kiss, reminding me that we have stopped moving for no real reason. So we start from the top, almost at the same time, each mirroring the rhythm of each other. I move faster and faster in and out of her, my sweat mixing with hers, glistening on our shared skin like diamonds and pearls. She moves faster, grinding herself against mine in throes of desire. The intoxicating scent of her lust, the mind-blanking feeling that connects our bodies, the sense of all rationale thought draining from my mind. All those burn into my consciousness, just like the compelling feeling in my body burns by instinct. As these feelings grow, Rin makes no signs of stopping. He curls her feet behind his lower back, which forces to drive myself deeper into her, if physically possible, each millimeter sending waves through my spine. My mind blacks out as the world erupts into a flash of bright white blindness. Alright, and that's that's where we are. And so now we're caught up. Present. A fleeting and vague concept at best. The moment between the past and future. That doesn't really mean anything. Thinking too much about things that don't make sense is a waste of time. That's why living through the present is always the best option. Besides, for us who can't foresee the future, and for who forget the past too easily, present is really the only proof of our existence. Even though existence will go on, even if you forget about it for a while, it's good to seize the day, at least every once in a while. That way, you can confirm that you are, in fact, alive. So when he said that his vision went to white, did the dude nut, or did he, like, have a heart attack? I am pretty sure that the girl who was standing there half naked, staring out the window of my room, has a much better grasp of present than I do. As for me, well, right now I'm somewhat confused by the present state, since I should try to locate my shirt and not stare at Rin's butt. But I just can't stop looking at her. She is so close to the glass that her nose is probably going to leave a mark. At least her breathing does, when it condenses on the rain-cooled window glass, before quickly disappearing again. My shuffling around to get dressed doesn't rouse Rin from her contemplation, which is fine, really. I don't mind the silence as much as I used to. Only after I'm almost finished with buttoning up my shirt does Rin say something, still without turning to look at me. Let's go somewheres. Where? I can only assume she is inviting me and not the windowsill, but it's a fair guess. I know. What? Help me get dressed. I think today is the day. Come on, close. Close. What an impatient tone. Come on. You just got it off. You got it off just fine. This is the same, but the other way. It's like talking backwards. Perplexed by her sudden and prodigious display of mental processing capability, I forgot to attempt reversing her gibberish back. I'm pretty sure I couldn't switch to talking backwards that fluently, even with some practice. Could you repeat that? Seems hard, but it's easy. Got it. Fine. I'll give it a try. Rin launches towards the door even though her shirt is not even buttoned all the way up yet. Left with little choice, I run after her. As soon as I realize that we're heading to the side entrance leading to the forest, I think I know where Rin wanted to go, although I couldn't say why she wanted to go there. Then again, I can't really assume my guesses to be anywhere near correct when Rin's concerned. Not even for a quiet, generous definition of correct. Or a quiet definition of correct, my bad. The forest behind the walls smell of rain. Dude, valve censorship is brutal as fuck. It's just... I don't know. I know I've ranted about it for quite a bit now. It is just so stupid. Like, the amount of fucking hentai games that there are on this platform. But this game can't have adult content. Like, I do wonder if it's maybe because it's a free-to-play game. And, like, they don't want to expose, like, younger children to a game like this. Because, like, obviously, a younger kid's not going to have, like, the money to, like, buy a game like this. Back to the site real quick. There's a little bit more. Oh, is there? Damn, I was just about to take another drink, too. I do this every time. I'm, like, struggling with one hand to, take a drink and then go back to the site. Rin is being funny as hell. On the site that I'm on, I don't see anything that that I didn't read off already. Yeah, because at the bottom of the last chapter, it goes to proof of existence. And then everything that's on here is stuff that I've already... Oh, the next scene? Okay, you just said something about the website, so that's why I went back. I think this is definitely the longest one of these streams that I did. My voice is definitely going to be, like, raw tomorrow, so I'm definitely going to have to take a break before doing another one of these, stories. The forest behind the walls smells of rain. The last raindrops are still dripping from the wet undergrowth into the earth, despite the rain being gone for a while now. We stroll along with an unhurried pace that Rin sets, giving me time to take in the common atmosphere. I think I can hear Rin saying hello to at least 3 different trees while she walks past them, but I ignore it, just like the trees do. She leads me to a narrow side path leading up to the hilltops, as I guessed. I peek through the canopy trying to find a rainbow, but there doesn't seem to be one. It's perfect weather for rainbows. The sun is shining low and the rain has passed not too long ago. Well, whatever. I lower my eyes from the treetops to see the gaunt back of the girl, who is climbing up the hill slowly, without losing her balance. A few steps ahead of me on the path, but still within my reach. I don't think I could ever reach a rainbow, but reaching Rin, it seems less impossible than it used to seem. The clear sky greeting us from above the meadow clearing seems vast and beautiful. A strong wind is hurting the rain clouds away from the town, to the other side of the mountain in the distance. The sight is pretty, but a speck of white flies past the edge of my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, it's already gone. Another follows, then a third. Before I realize it, a dozen of almost invisible small tufts of white are flying around us. Look, the flowers. Ah, I see it now. The sea of dandelions that covered the hilltops on our last visit has changed over the days. Where there were bright yellow before, there is now fluffy white. Some of the flowers have already shed their seeds, but many are still waiting for a suitable gust of wind. Hisao can't adjust her bra. She says Emmy is better at this than you. Hisao goes, yeah, because she's a girl. And Rin replies, I don't know, her chest about the same as yours. That's the missing bit? Oh, that was a fucking sweet burn to Emmy. Damn, Emmy got cooked on that one. Yeah, I guess I must have missed that on the site then. Yeah, because I thought you meant like the last chapter that we just did. Today those gusts are not in short demand. Every now and then they shake the grass thoroughly, and suddenly the air is thick with dandelion seeds. One by one, the seeds separate from the flower heads and are lifted away. A commonplace event, but one that seems to fascinate Rin for some reason. She's turning her head from side to side, marveling at the change happening all around her as the seeds fly away. I watch them too, following the white tufts floating with the wind towards the horizon, and imagine that I can see them even after they disappear from my sight. Hisao. What is it? Do you love me? I snap to attention to meet her. Sudden, very serious face that is not looking at the flowers anymore. What a tough question, asked out of the blue like that. Still, her bluntness compels me to answer rapidly. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe too rapidly. What does that mean? I don't know. Rin sighs, perhaps unhappy with my wishy-washy answer. I would be too. Me neither. I don't think I know much about love. It's fine, isn't it? How should I know? The shrug of her shoulders seems to say, hesitating to give a firmer answer. She stays silent for only a second too long, but even the second isn't long enough for me to think ahead. I love you. Those 3 words freeze me in place like a rabbit staring into the headlights. But I'm not a rabbit. I'm just caught staring into Rin's eyes that seem far too impassive for what she just said out of her mouth. Rin looks pretty serious, though, until she sticks out her tongue, frowns a little, and confuses me even more than her words did. Why does she look mildly unhappy? Was it a confession of her deepest feelings? A test to see how I would react? A test to see how she would react? It tastes weird. Taste? Yeah, so weird. She laughs, maybe nervously or so. I want to think, but stops midway when she notices how strange it sounds. Like, I don't think there is a word for this. Rin keeps on talking as though there has no meaning behind her words, steady and careless words dropping from the same tongue that formed the more important ones. A word for, accept. It's like she can't find the words. Rin just keeps staring at me, stumbling with her words as if her brain suddenly ground to a halt. She looks awfully confused, much like how I feel right now as I wait for her to explain. But she doesn't. She just blinks a few times, the flutter of her long lashes catching my fancy because she looks like she is petrified otherwise. Until I realize what we were fighting against. It's these weird tears again, not associated with sadness or happiness, not pitiable sobbing, nor laughter of joy. The tears, spontaneously and without warning, like that one time in her classroom. Ah, just a few of them, not enough to make a fuss about, so Rin doesn't make a move to hide them even after noticing. Rin cries, looking like she has no idea why, and somehow a great unease grows in my chest when I look into her watery eyes, that stare right back at me. And the dandelions, and now I'm fucking crying my eyes out. I do like Rin. I'm gonna be honest, when I first came into this game, and like I read the description for all the girls, I think the two that were probably the lowest on my list were probably Rin and Lily. I was gonna say they were probably my lowest on the list, and then my two highest were probably Hanako and Shizune. But after dealing with Shizune for just the first chapter, I quickly got over her. Hanako was what I was going for, but I think agreeing to join the art club is how I ended up going down the Rin path. But yeah, honestly, I'm starting to like Rin a lot. Rin is actually so good. And so base with the Hanako? Yeah, I thought Hanako was really cool. That was the one I was trying to go for. Oh, base with Shizune? I mean, I thought Shizune was cool at first, but I don't know. I had trouble understanding Shizune because of the whole Misha thing. Like, realistically, if I was to put the characters, like, on a scale, I feel like the easiest characters for me to actually, like, romantically be with would be people like Hanako or Emi. Because out of all the characters, they're the ones where their, like, disability is the least debilitating. Oh, you mean, yeah, like, Shizune's awful? Yeah, I did not like Shizune. Hanako route is absolutely peak, yeah. I don't know, just, like, Shizune was just so mean to everybody. And that's, like, what was one of the main things that turned me off with her, was, like, she hated everybody for, like, no reason. She had beef with Lily, who was really nice. She was mean to Hanako for, like, no reason at all. And it was kind of, like, the same with everyone else in the school. She just did not get along with them. So I was like, alright, Shizune's kind of just a bitch. But yeah, just, like, realistically, in terms of, like, personality and, like, stuff like that, I feel like either Emi and Hanako would probably be the best for me, if, like, realistically speaking. I feel like being with someone like Lily would be really hard because of the blindness. Like, obviously, a lot of my hobbies are, like, things like watching movies, playing video games, you know, stuff like that. I feel like that would be incredibly hard to do with a blind person. Not to say that Lily isn't a good person at all, but just thinking about it from, like, the disability standpoint, that would be kind of hard. Rin at least has, like, very good control of her feet, and, like, have met some, like, really nice people who, can get by easily with no use of their arms, or even their legs for that matter. Shizune would be possible, but it would be difficult because I only know a little bit of sign language from when my daughter was born. Me and my ex, we had to... we learned sign language when my daughter was born because it was easier for us to use sign than it was to try to figure out, like, what she was trying to say. Just because, obviously, like, babies don't always know what to say. Or they don't know the certain words. So, like, simple hand gestures and, like, reading body language was, like, kind of a necessary skill when having an infant. I mean, not that I really use sign language now. I mean, she's 5 years old and the kid never stops talking, so I don't really have to worry about that anymore. But yeah, like, there was a moment in time where I was actually learning sign language. And I kind of want to take it up again, if I'm being honest. I really hope this is the good ending and not the neutral one. I really want to be with Rin. I never thought I'd say that, but here I am. Because Rin was one of those characters that I was actually 50-50 with when I first started the game. I wasn't trying to get with Rin at first. I really was trying to get with Hanako, and I just joined the art club because I like doing art and stuff. But now that I'm here, like, in this situation, like, I do actually like her quite a bit. I guess it's kind of the same situation, like, with my ex. Like, when me and my ex first got together, there was no attraction, there wasn't really, like, any sort of history. I mean, we had classes and stuff together, but there was nothing, like, there was no romance between us until, senior year, when I finally, like, broke up with, one of my girlfriends that I was dating that was, long distance. And it was, like, a really hard thing for me to go through, because we had been together for a couple of years. But, you know, just, she lived in a different country. She lived in Canada, which wasn't really that far from where I lived. But it would just be, like, physically impossible to see her, and, like, the distance was just kind of slowly killing the both of us. So it was better for us to just call it off. And, of course, I'm also demisexual, too, so it's really hard for me to get, like, any sort of attraction to people to really begin with. So yeah, like, when I first got together with my ex, it was kind of more just, like, she was there for me, like, emotionally when I needed it, and it kind of just, like, developed from there. But I wouldn't say we ever had, like, a genuine connection, though. As sad as it is, since we were together for, like, 8 years before we finally separated. Like, looking back at it now, I really do think a lot of the reasons I was trying so hard and fought so hard for a relationship was because of just uncertainty of, like, how is my life going to be after, you know, things pretty much separate. But now that I can look back on things with, like, hindsight's 2020 and shit, I was really fighting for a whole lot of, like, nothing. It was more of the fear of being alone than it was, like, anything else. And so I intentionally kept myself in, like, a toxic relationship where obviously none of our feelings were getting reciprocated at all, just to be with somebody, just to not be alone. But it took a fair part of, like, a year and a half to finally, like, come to that conclusion, though. Anyways, I need to stop yapping about, like, personal shit and just finish the story, because I feel like we're so close to it now. It petrifies me, too. The shock of the incomprehensibility of the situation. I just don't know what is happening anymore. Rin, what's wrong? She shakes her head in confusion, stumbling to get the words out of her mouth. Sorry. I might be a little afraid of you. The words are muttered slowly with a small voice that is disbelieving of what it's saying as I am. What? Why? I don't know. Saying that just made me feel, like that. People cry when they're afraid, right? See, I can do it too. She's averting her gaze now, deliberately not looking at me. It bewilders me, at least as much as what she is saying. I sometimes, with you, want to run away so badly, but I can't move. It's like my legs turn into lemon panna cotta pudding, and my heart feels like it's going to explode in. She slumps her shoulders. Has a thing like this ever happened to you? I remember the leaden sky above the frozen forest and the sound of the leafless branches clacking against each other. It's like a memory from another life. Yeah, once. My heart hurt a lot back then too. But I thought your thing was not contagious. I shake my head and a tiny, slightly forced smile rises to my lips. The other ailment of my heart could very well be contagious, and I wouldn't care a bit. What are you afraid of? I never thought I was scared. Rin shakes her head desperately, as if knowing that the tangle inside her mind won't be undone with just that. You make me feel that I should be someone else than me. It's a scary thing. It happens when you're being nice to me, like yesterday. I never know what to do at times like that. It's hard. Her voice is barely audible, a whispered emission of something that is too embarrassing to even think, not to mention to say aloud. Rin has never been one to be embarrassed, so she does utter it aloud, only timidly if by instinct. But I want to do something, but I don't know if this me can. For a moment we stare at each other as if waiting for the other to say something. You are so stupid. Rin's lips taste salty and scared against mine. As I grasp her into an embrace, I feel my heart thudding in my chest painfully. Even though I am glad that she can say things like that, they make me sad after all. Rin's spirit, her passion, her strength, all those things that I hold dear are the ones I don't want to change. How should I treat them? Where are they headed to? Is the future irrevocably different from mine? That anxiety will never loosen its grip on my heart, but I think I can learn to live with it. Slowly, the pain in my heart dies, and it settles into the same rhythm as Rin's. We listen to that for some time. After our lips break apart, it takes a while for either of us to realize that we can say something now. See? You are a really kind person, even when you are not. It's the most scariest thing ever. I think that all I was ever afraid of is your kindness. Is it bad, even if you are afraid? Yeah, the little blush is so cute. It's like barely noticeable, but it is cute. She thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow as though it was some kind of hard math problem. Nah, I'm alright with it. It's fine, if it's you. Like a weight lifted from my chest, her words elate my heart, filling it with, I don't know, happiness? What else could it be? This time my smile is genuine. Rin steps back, still smiling at me like I do to her. While she wipes her face on her shoulders, I pick up a round, plump dandelion clock and bring it to my pursed lips. Poof. They spread out into the wind that picks them up and carries them to a new home. To think, only a few short weeks they were different. This is change. Hey, so the flowers became what they were meant to become, like you said the last time. So what about you? Did you become a true artist? Or did you not, because you ran away? She pauses for a while to ponder my question, and shrugs her shoulders. It almost makes me laugh. The carefree easiness of her gesture is a lovely thing, a sign of how Rin can be. Truly, and really, without any restraints whatsoever. Shed the entire weight of the world from her shoulders, should she will so. She is in every possible and probably a few impossible ways free. And I think I might love her for that. I don't think it matters. Let's just watch the clouds for today. She takes 5 steps to climb on a large rock so she can rise as high as it's possible here, and stands on her tiptoes. When you reach for the clouds, every inch counts. Sure, let's watch the clouds. It's good to do something you really want to do, every now and then. Yeah, you're probably right. I glance up towards the blue sky opening high above us. It's a deep cerulean vastness that spreads to fill the entire field of vision and beyond. Yet Rin stays on her rock, peering at the distant horizon where the rain clouds are drifting further away from us. I have decided something. That dreaming voice of hers, spoken to the wind that carries it to my ears, is lacking resolve and tone but is full of its meaning. It's alright to be me after all. It's alright. Her decision always seems to be pretty far out. Well, I suppose that is an important realization. Coming to terms with oneself, accepting yourself, being fine with what you are. A simple resolution of heart that for some people is overbearingly hard to do, if not impossible. I do realize well enough that I might also be one of those people. Rin too. Maybe we are not that different after all. Maybe to accept someone else, you must first accept yourself. Maybe that is a necessary step, which we didn't take until now. Looking at her standing on the rock, I believe that she can find whatever she's looking for. And so can I. The wind catches her hair and clothes, and Rin spreads her short arms into an embrace that is so very, very tiny, but as wide as she can ever do. For a moment, it looks like she herself might take flight, and I have to hold myself back from not reaching her shoulders to drag her back down to me. But this picture is something I can only watch. It is something for me to remember. Rin's sleeves are flapping freely in the wind, her hair wildly tasseled by it, her skin touched by the setting sun. Her sleeve form that I've come to adore is quivering in the air. God. Alright. I'm hoping this is the good ending, because I don't think I could read much longer. I'm losing all cohesiveness. Her sleek form that I've come to adore is quivering in the cool wind that carries those small white specks past her, each a beginning of a new flower. All that is engraved inside my heart. Like those tiny seeds scattered into the wind, I'm sure that Rin too can take her place in the world without the need to create her own inside of it. Maybe she believes it too, and standing as close to the heavens as possible is giving the world a big hug. To me, it seems like the entire world really could fit there, between those small arms of hers, inside of her all-encompassing embrace. Hisao? She looks at me the same way she calls my name, carelessly over her shoulder with the strangest happiness in her voice and her eyes. I gaze into those mysterious dark eyes that are curiously twinkling from below her auburn hair. Although I'm too far from her to see it, I'm sure they're reflecting my image. What is it? What's the word for when it feels inside your heart that everything in the world is alright? Yes! Oh, I probably shouldn't have screamed. My fucking kid's asleep. Oh. Oh my god, I got the good ending. Does this mean me and Rin are actually together?